Thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to call this meeting to order at 5:04 p.m. on June 1st. This is a special meeting. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bracco. Here. Councilmember Klein.
Here.
Councilmember Fugazi. Here. Councilmember Hilton.
Here.
Councilmember Marks.
Here.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Here.
Mayor Boso.
Here. Thank you, Kim. Item 1.3, so this is an appeal hearing of the final decision in the matter of the administrative hearing regarding business license and tobacco retailers permit issued to account number 166-06725, the Rock Zone, located at 1323 First Street, Gilroy, California. So this is an appeal hearing, and from here, I'm going to turn it over for a moment to legal Andy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This, as you said, is an appeal hearing of a decision of the hearing officer in the matter of the Rock Zone's business license and tobacco retailer's permit. I'm going to give you just a brief overview, and then we can proceed with the actual hearing. The city has a hearing policy, Resolution 97-17, that governs matters like this. An applicant or a person who's has a business license or a company or a tobacco permit or any other kind of permit that is subject to revocation or other proceeding has a right to due process under the state and federal constitutions and under our Gilroy City Code. That process is embodied in our administrative hearing process, 97-17, and it provides for an initial hearing analogous to a court trial in front of a hearing officer that is brought in specially to hold the hearing. That happened here. Our hearing officer was appointed, Mr. Seltzer, Alan Seltzer, and he held several hearings, made a number of rulings. He evaluated evidence. He heard oral testimony. He received written testimony. He received argument from city staff and from the applicant's attorney, and he rendered a decision. And that decision is tab 7 in your binder, or page 49 in the packet. It starts it there, and it's a long written decision where he evaluates the evidence and reached certain findings of fact and conclusions of law. Our process allows for his decision to be appealed to the City Council, and that's why we're here. The nature of this hearing is analogous to an appellate hearing in a court, where the appellate court does not hear new evidence, does not receive new written evidence, but hears argument from representatives of the two sides, and then renders a decision. So we are going to proceed in this proceeding in accordance with the memo that we sent you that's in the packet and at tab 12-2, or page 147, for the order of proceedings, which will be to have public comment next from any members of the public that may wish to comment. That would not be evidence in the case, but because this is an agendized public meeting, the public has a right to offer comments. Then we would proceed with opening argument by the appellant, which is the Rock Zone, for a maximum of 10 minutes. Opening argument by respondent to city staff, another 10 minutes, and then rebuttals by the applicant or appellant and the respondent for 5 minutes each. At the conclusion of those arguments, I will then address you briefly to discuss the evidence and what I think has transpired. The council will then deliberate, and you have essentially 3 options. The hearing officer reached a decision which was to modify the business license and the tobacco retailer's permit such that there will be no tobacco sales for a period of 6 months. That was his analysis. He found violations had been established and that was the appropriate penalty in his view. For you, it is to decide whether his decision finding the violations was supported by substantial evidence in the record. In other words, you basically agree that he properly found violations. And then secondly, to deliberate as to the scope of the penalty. And you could choose to agree with his penalty. You could make the penalty harsher or less harsh, either way. It's within your discretion as to how to do it. You can revoke the license, you can modify the license, or you can suspend it for a period of time that's subject to your deliberation. So we should begin now with the oral argument. It is, I would add also, it is not appropriate at this point to discuss overall tobacco policy, which will come up later in the evening, or whether the police or the city staff should have enforced things differently or more or less as a matter of policy. Those items can be discussed later, but they're not part of this hearing. So I would like to proceed.
Public comment.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. I always tell you public comment. So the next order of business is to see if there is any public comment on this matter.
I have no speakers.
Okay, no public comment, then I think we should open the hearing. And the first item is opening argument by appellant Roxon. Is that Mr. DeFilippis? That's correct. Okay.
Before he begins, I want to be clear. So we are looking for opening argument from staff, the Rock Zone, and then rebuttal, and that's the time for questions and deliberation, correct? Not during, or
Yeah.
is it? Okay.
Well, let's hear the arguments. I mean, you could ask questions during, it'd be better if you let the arguments proceed, though, and then have deliberations.
Okay, so you have a clock for 10 minutes? Thank you.
Thank you, members of the council. My name is Steve DeFilippis. I represent Del Amari, gentleman seated to my right here, and he does business as the Rock Zone for purposes of the proceedings here today. I think that in terms of what we are talking about here, I've got more to say in terms of the overall penalty that is being imposed than the nature of the violations. There certainly was a violation that occurred when an officer came in and made a controlled buy of a bar that contained psilocybin. That was a violation and certainly was something that could bring rise to these types of proceedings. The concern that I have, though, is, and this really is a function of the type of case that this is, because there was criminal ramifications, there was a silence by the city in terms of producing documents that are certainly relevant for somebody who needs to come in and be able to defend against a allegation that's being made that has a pretty significant consequence to it. I mean, this is a gentleman who, at 72 years old, has been doing this for 30 years in this city, has been a productive member of the community, has not had any problems with the law before, has been able to conduct this business with dignity during that time, and has a violation, but because there is criminal ramifications to it, the city would not produce any documents to me. And that's brought up a number of times during the hearing process. And because of that, basically, I'm hearing for the first time, and Mr. Adel Amari is hearing for the first time, what the allegations are against him and what actually happened. Now, we have something called the UTL that governs what is allowed and not allowed to be sold in terms of a tobacco business. This is a pretty lengthy document. As you can see here, it's about 2 inches thick, printed out. And that document did not come out into existence until December of 2025. Most of the allegations in this case related to November of 2024 and March of 2025, and then there was the final seizure of some items that occurred in January of 2026, January 6, I believe it was, very quickly after the UTL came into existence. That doesn't give a proprietor a lot of period of time to be able to respond and react and figure out what in their business they can sell and what they can't sell. What it also means is I sit here with this document and I have no information about what are the items that were seized. Mr. Amari wasn't present when the items were seized. His employee was present but told to stand in a corner and do nothing until the police were done and out of there. So they don't know exactly what was taken. I need to be able to look at what was taken. and be able to compare it with the UTL and determine what was allowed. When that was done mid-hearing, and we came back for another further proceeding on the hearing 2 weeks later, they found out that 126 items of the 300 were items that the UTL allowed, and that the bulk of the items remaining, we don't know if it's 99.5% of them or 51% of them. We don't know that because no information was given during the time of the hearing. But the rest of them were what's called hookah tobacco. And hookah tobacco is allowed to be sold in the store, but is restricted when the store allows minors to come in to the store, even though they card people to not sell to anybody under the age of 21. There's no allegation that there's ever been any sales to anyone under the age of 21 here. So what happens is we don't have the bulk of the information to be able to properly defend in this particular case. And what we're looking at here is we're looking at an individual that had a lot of good faith beliefs in what it was that he believed he was allowed to do, what he shouldn't be doing. And a lot of that has developed and been learned as a result of this process. He certainly is in compliance with everything now and has gotten himself into compliance while this proceeding was pending, not after it concluded. He made sure that he got himself into compliance quickly. He showed that desire to comply. There was also some issues about an aspect of the construction within the store. And that wasn't part of the hearing, but it was complied with prior to the hearing occurring. Again, showing the good faith basis that Mr. Amari has been operating under. There is significant state consequences to this type of sales. When you sell items, if you have a box of 50 items and you're selling those boxes and those end up getting seized and are not on the UTL, those items, you can be fined for each item contained within that box. And so the fines end up being enormous in this case. Mr. Amari is facing fines of over $70,000. The hearing officer, Mr. Seltzer, I think appropriately determined that revocation of the license was not appropriate here, and determined that there should be a lesser penalty. Now, he ended up suspending for a period of 6 months, but when you take 6 months and you add that on to the $70,000 of fines that are being potentially assessed in this particular case, that can shut down a small business like this. And I don't think that's what the purpose of the City of Gilroy is. The City of Gilroy wants to have thriving businesses within its community. And my suggestion to the council is to reconsider this in terms of what's the ultimate penalty that should be imposed. I would suggest that putting the business on a period of probation, making sure that they are fully in compliance, which they have been, they are currently, and will continue to be for whatever the council deems as an appropriate period of time, and maybe a short term that he is unable to sell tobacco products, perhaps 30 days. I think that would be far more appropriate in this particular case, particularly since a lot of this was the hookah tobacco. Items, the confusion that exists, and Mr. Seltzer talks about it not being confusing, but it was confusing enough to the agents seizing the items that they left all of this hookah tobacco in March of 2025, only took it in 2026 after the UTL came out, and they discovered that was not something that should be sold in this store. And it's not because it shouldn't be sold. It's because of the distinction between, do you card everybody, and is that sufficient? Is it sufficient to just card everybody and make sure they're over the age of 21, or do you have to prevent entry? And the answer was you had to prevent entry. And so that was something that I believe was a good faith issue on the part of Mr. Amari. He didn't understand the regulations, which are quite extensive. And as a result, I believe that this council should reconsider that decision and reevaluate the nature of the penalty that's being imposed. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We'll now have opening argument by city staff. Is that Captain Powell?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The role of tonight's hearing is not to conduct a new evidentiary hearing, but to review the administrative record, the hearing officer's decision, the appellant's written exceptions, and the arguments presented today. The record demonstrates that the appellant received extensive due process, notice of violations, representation by legal counsel, a continuance to prepare its defense, participation in a pre-hearing conference, the opportunity to present witnesses and documentary evidence, the opportunity to submit post-hearing materials, and full opportunity to challenge the city's evidence. Following 2 hearing dates and a review in the entire record, the hearing officer issued a detailed written decision. The appellant raised several exceptions to that decision. However, each of these issues was presented to and considered by the hearing officer. First, the appellant argues that the city failed to establish the products at issue were unlawful. The hearing officer specifically addressed this issue by requesting additional review of the products, considering testimony regarding the California unflavored tobacco list, and reviewing the applicable state laws. After considering all the evidence, the hearing officer reached his conclusion. Second, the appellant argues that the hearing officer improperly relied upon law enforcement testimony. The hearing officer heard testimony under oath from multiple witnesses, evaluated witness credibility, considered competing evidence presented by the appellant, and weighed all the evidence before making his findings. Third, the appellant argues that certain products qualified for exemptions under state law. Those arguments were presented during the hearing, supported by exhibits submitted by the appellant, and specifically considered by the hearing officer before issuing his decision. Fourth, the appellant argues that the penalty imposed is excessive. It is important to remember that the city initially sought revocation of the business license, and the hearing officer declined to revoke the license. Instead, the hearing officer imposed a lesser remedy after considering all the evidence and arguments presented by both parties. This demonstrates that the hearing officer exercised independent judgment and reached a balanced decision. In conclusion, the police department's position is that the proceeding was fair, the appellant received extensive due process, the hearing officer carefully considered the evidence presented by both parties, and the decision is supported by substantial evidence in the record. Accordingly, the city respectfully requests that the council uphold the hearing officer's decision and deny the appeal. Thank you.
Okay, it's now time for rebuttal argument by Mr. DeFilippis, if you wish to.
Thank you, sir. The city argues that Mr. Amari received extensive due process. Mr. Amari was brought to a hearing where the loss of his business was at issue. He was not given any documents that showed what happened. There were search warrants, there were returns to search warrants, there were inventories of what was taken. All of these documents exist. There are police reports regarding every single officer that walked into that business. All of that are existing documents. None of those documents were produced. Those officers were then put on the witness stand. They were allowed to testify. Now, I've never suggested that they could not rely on law enforcement testimony, and I'm not sure where that particular phrase came from. What I've suggested is that it was a little odd that when those officers were through testifying and they had not identified any of the products that had been seized. So I didn't have the ability to say it was a brand X type of item and compare it with the UTL. And again, remember, the UTL didn't even exist during the first two actions of the police department in this case. But I then called those officers as witnesses. The statement was made, we were allowed to be able to call witnesses. I called those officers, each of those officers, to be able to ask them those kind of questions about what they had taken so that the comparison could be made to the UTL to determine what was legal and what was illegal. After they had taken over 300 items, they even conceded that 126 of them were illegal. This is after they had seized those items. And so, as an attorney, I would want to be able to question that determination that the remaining 180 were actually illegal, and what percentage of those were hookah products, which are very different than other types of items that are presented for sale. I couldn't do it. Each of these officers refused to testify. Mr. Faber said this is similar to a court proceeding. No. In a court proceeding, if those officers refused to testify, their direct examination would be stricken from the record. It wouldn't even be allowed. They can't refuse to answer questions that are properly put to them. They wouldn't even sit in the chair and avail themselves of being asked questions. That's a concern. And if you're going to talk about receiving extensive due process when you can't even call those officers, and they're the only ones that know what was seized and what wasn't seized, have no way of getting that information other than through them. I'm denied the documents, and I'm denied their testimony. So extensive due process didn't occur here. And again, what I'm looking for from the city is to reevaluate this. Look at this, whether this individual who has a pretty good record with the city and a pretty good relationship with the city and a pretty good history of not doing anything wrong over the years until this came up. And a lot of that is due to confusion. And I'm asking that there be some leniency expressed towards him. Thank you.
We'll now have rebuttal argument from the city if you desire.
Real quickly, I just want to clarify some issues here that have been brought up. The reason why the reports were not released to the appellant were because the case is still at the district attorney's office for criminal prosecution. So we can't release the report because it's an ongoing and active investigation. Secondly, stating that we seized product that was later returned is partially correct. We did seize 306 items of evidence that we were advised by the California Department of Tax and Franchise Board that they were illegal at the time. Since the UTL list came out, 136 of those items were returned, so that the number is 170 items were still illegal to possess and sell. And lastly, the hookah argument. Correctly, he was allowed to possess and sell hookah products with a hookah license, but he was in violation of hookah laws by allowing people under the age of 21 even in the business at all. So you have to check the ID at the door, and it has to be consumed on premises. You can't leave with the product, which he was in violation as well. So that concludes. Thank you.
All right, that concludes the oral argument. The matter is now deemed submitted to the council. Just to summarize now, it's appropriate for the council to deliberate on the questions raised and determine whether the hearing officer's decision is supported by substantial evidence. I want to mention a couple of things, though. The hearing officer made extensive findings of fact and conclusions of law. And although Mr. DeFilippis argues that certain documents were not given to him and certain evidence not presented, the hearing officer was very careful about what evidence he relied upon. He relied upon the evidence that was in front of him, and he found that there were violations of sales of a controlled substance containing psilocybin on November 15, 2024, or March 6, 2025, and that later on, in March 2025, January 2026, there were sales of hookah products without the restriction of requiring that no one under 21 be in the store, which had been in the law since 2022. It's an independent item of state law and is unrelated to the unflavored tobacco list. So I just want to make those brief corrections. On the other issue of due process regarding officer testimony, our hearing policy complies with the requirements of due process and does not allow cross-examination of witnesses, which is not required for due process. And in effect, if Mr. DeFilippis had been allowed to call the police officers to the stand as his witnesses, he would have been cross-examining the city's witnesses, which is not allowed by the policy. So our opinion is there was no due process violation. But having said that, I'm happy to answer questions if I can. But the issue now for the council is really to deliberate whether or not the hearing officer's decision is supported by the record. And if it's not, then you should grant the appeal and his decision would be rejected. Alternatively, if it is supported, then you should deliberate what penalty is appropriate. You can uphold the hearing officer's penalty that he decided, which, as Mr. DeFilippis said, was not revocation, but was a modification of the business license. Or you could decide to make some other modification to the business license or to revoke it. So with that, I'm available to answer questions as your attorney, but I would turn it over to the council for deliberation at this point.
Councilmember Fugazi.
So Andy, there's a lot here to consume, obviously. How many specific violations did the hearing officer find, individual violations?
He found the sale of a flavored nicotine pouch and the Mushroom Magic chocolate bar on November 15, 2024. That's 2 items. Intent to sell more chocolate bars on March 6, 2025. And possessed with the intent to sell the flavored shisha or hookah tobacco products, and there were several hundred of those, without complying with the requirements of state law, which were to not allow people under 21 in the store.
So would it be fair to say at least 4, depending on how you count it, right?
I think you could say 4. Under our code, you could probably say more, but I don't want to.
Right, but
say that. It's unclear.
at least 4. And also, the other question here is, there are 2 things that we're looking at here, right? With business license and the TRP, right? Both of them. At least in the way you have it in number 8, Part C here in your,
That's correct.
okay. That's it for right now.
There also were 2 lapses in the TRP for a month at a time at the end of 2025 and 2024. The hearing officer noted those, but did not really invoke the penalty based on those because there was evidence that the owner then got into compliance quickly.
Councilmember Bracco.
Yes, I don't know who to address this to. Is the store open now?
Yes, it is.
It is? And do you have like a state association for these kind of stores?
No.
No. Has this happened before? Have we had issues with them before?
Never.
No? And since it has to be you can't allow anyone under 21 in if you're selling hookah, can you have like an area that's closed off with a door? Is that allowed?
That's not clear and.
Yeah. I would say that question is not really appropriate for this,
Oh, okay,
for this.
thank you.
State law doesn't deal with that issue. It just says they cannot come on the premises.
Let me go.
Just real quick, so there is an association for tobacco retailers, just to be clear.
Thank you. Let me go to my left, Councilmember Hilton, and then Councilmember Ramirez, I think.
So this would be for the city attorney. So there were 2 times, right, that they knew something had happened. There was the 2024, right? They knew that had happened. And then there was another enforcement in January 2026, and they knew that would happen. So they did have this previously. That would be a previous. Thank you. Yeah?
No, the 2024 was a controlled buy by the police. It was not known to the business owner until the arrest in 2026.
If I may, I think what Councilmember Hilton might be getting at here is that when you have an enforcement action, it would behoove a business to then really clamp down and figure out that, and that, I think, goes into part of this understanding that we're having here of, like, you have a violation, it's a known that something's happened, and then there's a continual pattern of violations.
Councilmember Ramirez.
I don't know if this is a question that I can ask or not, but I'm just curious, the items in question that were sold, are those items just readily available on the shelves as you walk in? Or are they things that maybe you have to go into the back room and get? Can I ask that question?
Captain Powell will come
Captain
up.
Powell can answer.
Okay.
So they're in like a glass display case.
Okay.
So then an employee has to help you get them out from behind the case.
Okay. Thank you.
Member Klein.
Yeah, there were actually 3 violations, because 2025 also. Yeah. Yeah, I'll just add to that.
Yeah, go ahead.
What was the penalty in 2024?
So I can clarify on that as well. So was there a prior violation? We got a complaint that they were in violation. That's what started our investigation. So there's one before this all began. That's how we were turned on to this establishment. We did one undercover buy in November of '24. We followed up with a second undercover buy in February of '25, where both times we bought psilocybin, which is a controlled substance and a felony for sales.
Excuse me, that's not part of the record. There was no 2025 bond that was ever discussed.
The first time the store became aware of us and our involvement in this investigation was March of '25, which we did an inspection with the assistance of the California Department of Tax and Franchise Board. So that is the first time they became aware of our investigation.
So that's run out for a year?
So we did the initial buy. We had to send off the product to the county laboratory to have it tested to make sure it was a controlled substance.
Councilmember Fugazzi.
Yeah, so in addition to selling products that shouldn't be sold, they were also selling legal products without a TRP for some period of time as well? Is that correct?
If I can answer that, again, there was about a month at the end of 2024 and another month at the end of 2025 in between applications.
Correct.
And Andy, to be clear, is there relevance here to 1375 where it talks about how many violations you have and how long you can actually have a revocation based on 1 instance, 2 instance, 3 instances? Does that have any applicability here?
I don't think so directly.
Okay.
I have a couple questions. I'll start with Captain Powell. During your opening arguments, you said something about the hearing officer finding leniency by not revoking the business license, but instead focusing on the tobacco retail permit,
Yes.
right? And that's because there's other products, non-tobacco products being sold in this establishment. Is that correct?
Actually, I don't know. Is that it?
Is that correct?
Okay.
So in the event that the 6-month suspension is upheld, then other business will still take place in the establishment? Is that? Okay,
It would be allowed to by law, because the
Thank you.
suspension only relates to the tobacco products.
okay, thank you. Further?
So I think I've got it. I just want to make sure. The 2 one-month lapses were for just, he corrected them very quickly in terms of the lapse of the license. Is that correct?
That's my understanding from the.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, the applications.
Okay. And then the first violation in '24, did he become aware of that prior to the second violation in '25?
No, those are both undercover buys, so he was not aware of either the one in November of '24 or the one in February '25. He was not aware of those until later when we filed the case with the district attorney's office, and then he self-surrendered that for the warrant arrest.
And when was that? When was it filed?
He's- I don't have the date of the file, but I know he surrendered on the warrant in January of '26.
Thank you.
I have a question about psilocybin. So far, we've talked a lot about the UTL and the hookah and the shisha products, correct? But getting back to this, which are in certain cases allowed under state law if certain rules and laws are followed in each city, and those are, no one under 21 is allowed to go in, if I understand that correctly. And that law has been on the books since 2022, is that correct? Your understanding?
That's what the hearing officer found, yes.
Okay. But psilocybin, can you help me a little bit with psilocybin? Whereas there are some products that tobacco are legal to sell in other parts of the country and possibly other parts of the state. But tell us about psilocybin. Where is that legal to be sold?
So it's a controlled substance, just like cocaine, methamphetamine, or fentanyl. It's not allowed to be sold within California. So California law prohibits that. It is a felony to sell that. So where the other ones you're talking about, if you're selling them without, if you're selling the flavored tobacco, it's a misdemeanor violation.
To follow up on that, part of the testimony I thought was interesting, and maybe it can be recounted here in case some of the other council members didn't, is the advice given by employees on how to consume that. Can you, I don't have it in front of me here because I think it's important if they hadn't seen it in terms of microdosing, and if you, I'm paraphrasing, so I'd rather hear everybody hear that on the record.
So the employee advised our undercover officer, if they had never sampled this product before, to do micro doses. Do not eat the entire chocolate bar at once because it could be dangerous to your health. So, and I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe they advised to do just at most half of the bar in one sitting.
Or you might be tripping or something
Yeah.
like that? Yes.
Further questions?
Yes, I still have another question
Sure, go ahead.
for the appellant. You had mentioned that he admits wrongdoing. What part of the wrongdoing is admitted to here?
Well, clearly, the sale of the psilocybin bar was illegal. The possession, there was 2 bars possessed in March when they came in to the premises. That's all established by the record. We don't contest that. The rest of the products that have been deemed illegal. The rest of the products that have been.
Can you start from the beginning again so it's on the record? Because I don't think it would have.
Sure.
The question, just to be clear, was you had said that the appellate had admitted some wrongdoing, and I was asking, what do they admit to wrongdoing?
The wrongdoing that's conceded is the sale of the psilocybin bar to the undercover officer and the possession of the 2 remaining bars that were still in the premises in March of 2025. After that, there have been no more of those. The only thing that is additional issues of illegality would be the hookah tobacco products, which the owners and people at the business believed they were allowed to sell as long as they carded everybody and didn't sell to anyone under the age of 21. That is an incorrect belief
Right.
under the law.
And he believes, he believed at the time that it was legal to sell these chocolate bars with magic mushrooms in them?
Yeah, apparently they're sold at a lot of the
So you just thought that was legal?
businesses, and he's seen that and didn't really understand what it was.
Wow, that many years. So Zemos, wasn't that also one of the things that was
That's I believe the
the
one
flavored?
we're talking about.
No, that's
that might
flavored
be
tobacco.
That's flavored tobacco, that's right.
Should call it Zemo.
It's not, it's actually not even tobacco, it's actually a nicotine product, right? And that was also found there, is that correct?
Yes, you are correct, and they sold it to the officer as well.
So does he admit that was wrong too?
Yes, those
Okay.
are not, there's very much more clarity now with the UTL coming out, where you can look these things up specifically and find whether they are or are not illegal. That didn't exist prior to the end of December of 2025.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have-
Just for clarification, the UTL deals with flavored tobacco products, or unflavored products, not with controlled substances. Yes, I think you know. All right.
Okay, so it feels like we're getting to a point where I'm going to remind council of the possible actions. So the possible actions that we're asked to be considered today are, number one, deny the appeal. This action will uphold the decision of the administrative hearing officer, which means a 6-month suspension of the tobacco retailer permit. The second option is to grant the appeal, which means this action overturns the decision by the administrative hearing officer to modify the business license and the tobacco retail permit, which means that tomorrow, that they could go back into the regular business that they've been in.
Correct.
And thirdly, option is to modify the business license number and the action by council, which will take some further conversation by going in a different direction. Help me out,
Right. Now, that's
clarify
correct.
that.
The modify could include suspending or revoking or doing what the hearing officer did, which was to modify the license for a short period, for 6 months. You could choose a different period. If you choose either of the last two options that the mayor mentioned, then it's appropriate to state your reasons on the record so that if we can come back to you with a resolution that would embody in writing the reasons given by the council for your decision. If you want to deny the appeal, there is a resolution already prepared because that did not require any additional findings.
Okay, I'll go to Councilmember Fugazzi, then Councilmember Bracco.
My position on this is that it's not a harsh enough penalty. We have a lot of reasons here to want to give somebody grace, you would think, but then this is a business they've been in for 30 years. They're supposed to be knowing these things, and they had multiple incidences happening. We have a really hard situation, but I don't think it's strong enough, and that's where I stand on the matter at the moment.
Councilmember Bracco.
I agree with Councilman Fugazi. At minimum, I would uphold the decision. As a business owner, it's your responsibility to know what's going on in your business and know what's legal and what's not. I mean, if drug dealers said that every time they got busted, I mean, it just doesn't make any sense. And you do have a state association that you can join that walks you through this stuff. I belong to mine in the towing industry. First of the year, we get a brief on all the new laws that affect our business, and also the Chamber of Commerce does the same thing. So it's out there, help to get you through this. So you have made the choice to sell this stuff, so I can't help you with that.
Comments? Councilmember Ramirez.
So I'm in agreement with my two colleagues in that this is something that I think that we have been working on collectively as a council in really watching out for and ensuring, that especially the youth in our community are kept safe from these types of instances and establishments. So, at a minimum, I would say uphold, but I am certainly open to a stronger penalty.
Councilmember Klein.
I would agree with my colleagues on the matter. I agree with the decision that's been made. And if there's, collectively, if we look at something harsher as a group, open to hearing the argument on that. So.
Councilmember Hilton.
Yeah, I would like to go farther. I would like to go to at least, 1 year suspension is what I would go for.
Okay, why don't you make a motion on a 1-year suspension?
Greg, let me
If you-
say one more, let me have one more comment.
Okay.
Because we are going to be taking up all this other things that we're doing today, and I'll say the other enforcement, the reinforcement for that for me is, yes, the kids and all of that, but there are legitimate businesses out there that are basically want to be in this, and you have to have responsibility, as the other council member said, and it reflects on all the other businesses too that want to legally do this kind of business, and that's really where I am from the business perspective.
Go ahead. Okay. Okay, I'm looking for a motion. Based on the conversation we've had so far, I'm going to turn it over to Councilmember Hilton.
So would this be a combination of basically 1 and 3 is what we're looking at? Where we deny the appeal, but then deny the appeal, have a suspension for 1 year, and continue the matter to a date certain for a final resolution? Is that
Andy,
what
we've
we're
been
looking
given 3 options. Do we have to officially deny the appeal, or can we go right to item 3, which is
for? Or
Councilmember
a
Hilton's?
combo of both?
I think you're doing both. In effect, item 3 includes a denial of the appeal, and we can draft a resolution appropriately. So we could bring the matter back in 2 weeks with a resolution to suspend for a year, if that's what the motion is.
Okay, so my motion then would be to deny the appeal and suspend for a year.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Hilton and a second by Councilmember Fugazi to,
And just for clarity then, that would be a suspension of the business license as a whole, or the business license to sell tobacco products?
For tobacco.
Just tobacco. So it'd be like what the hearing officer did, but for a year instead of 6 months?
Correct. So the business can stay open, but no selling tobacco.
Okay?
okay, so I have a motion by Councilmember Hilton and a second by Councilmember Fugazi. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bracco?
Yes.
Councilmember Klein?
Yes.
Councilmember Fugazi?
Yes.
Councilmember Hilton?
Aye.
Councilmember Marks?
Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez?
Yes.
Mayor Bosso?
Yes, so motion passes 7-0. Thank you for coming in.
Okay, that concludes.
So we'll take a quick 8-minute break, and we'll start the meeting on time at 6 o'clock. Thank you.
We're now adjourning the special meeting.
Okay, so officially, I'm going to start this meeting at 6:11 p.m. on June 1st, 2026, a regular meeting, a call to order. And I am going to ask for a roll call, please.
Councilmember Bracco?
Here.
Councilmember Klein?
Here.
Councilmember Fugazi?
Here.
Councilmember Hilton?
Here.
Councilmember Marks? Councilmember Ramirez? Mayor Bosso?
Here. Item 3.3, City Clerk's report on posting of the agenda, please.
Thank you, Mayor. This agenda was posted on Thursday, May 28th at 4:20 p.m.
Okay, please stand for Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilmember Hilton, and then invocation by Pastor Malcolm McPhail.
Thank you so much, Mayor Bozo. If we could remain standing for the invocation, would that be okay, please? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
First of all, I want to say thank you to the mayor and our city council for the privilege of being able to share the invocation with you and pray for you and pray for our city and our community at large. But most of all, I want to let you know that I don't take it lightly. And the church pastors and other churches that are in our community don't take it lightly either. Many communities don't have an invocation or prayer. Our community chooses to be able to take this moment and this time to ask for help from somebody more powerful than all of us, right? And so thank you very much. And I just wanted to share one thought with you as I was coming tonight. I read it out of a motivational book, and it said, a leader knows the way, goes the way, and shows the way. And that's the big challenge that we have as leaders, and our city council members and mayor have as leaders, that we would know the way, we would go the way, but we would also show the way by example. And so I will pray for you tonight to have wisdom and guidance as you look at different ways of civic duty in our community tonight. So let us bow our heads if we can, please. Dear Lord, we just ask for just your guidance and your direction in our community of Gilroy. Lord, we pray for all of our first responders, God, that you would keep them safe, bring them home at the end of their watch, and protect them and guide them as well. Touch our mayor, our city council members tonight. Give them wisdom and guidance as they pave the way to the future and to things that are happening that are up ahead, God. We pray you'll give them wisdom, guidance, instruction, and good counsel. And we trust you for the results, and we ask that in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 3.6, which is orders of the day. So orders of the day is item 8.1, public hearing on downtown Gilroy street banner policy and program guidelines and fee schedule amendment has been continued to the August 3rd, 2026 regular city council meeting. And I have another one. We are going to be moving item number 10.1, which is the consideration of reopening the Hannah and Wayland Street parking lots at Los Alamos Park. I'm going to move that to right after the consent calendar, which runs through item 7.9. So that will come up at item 8, I believe. Yes, item 8. So I'll say that again. We will move item 10.1 to just after the consent calendar at item 8. So, okay, moving on to item 3.7, employee introductions. City Administrator Matt Morley to introduce our new police chief, Brandon Sanchez.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. After an extensive search, multiple panels, including panels of the community, business members, and city staff, I'm proud to be able to announce that we have a new police chief, Brandon Sanchez. He's here today with us at the end of his first day. Welcome, Brandon. Brandon's been in the police field for 28 years in command level experience, most recently as the deputy chief of field operations with the city of San Jose. Brandon prides himself in community engagement and problem-oriented policing. It would be a great addition to us here in Gilroy. Brandon lives in Gilroy, as a matter of fact, with his wife and the youngest of his 3 daughters. Brandon, welcome to the city of Gilroy.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, City Administrator. Thank you, community. It's an honor to be here. It was a long process, but we're finally here. I'm excited. This is my home, so thanks to my family for being here. Thanks to the members of the department, both past and present, for welcoming me and being really warm to me on my first day. I look forward to what this department will do in the future, what we will do as a city together. You'll see me out in the community quite a lot, so I'll save a lot of my comments for Thursday, because I know we have a lot on the agenda, but honored to be here. Thank you very much. I look forward to what we're going to do together. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have another new employee introduction by Public Works Director John Dowdy.
Thank you, Mayor, community, council members. Pleased to be here to introduce Sebastian Guitron. He came to us and now is working as an Engineer 1 within the Public Works Department Engineering. We're thrilled for that. He recently earned his bachelor's degree in environmental engineering from the University of California, Merced. I'm proud to say we stole him from Morgan Hill, but he was previous to here. He was working for Morgan Hill. He also worked for Merced County Public Works as well as part of his process with that. He's very skilled in all the technology that comes with it, ArcGIS, GIS itself, AutoCAD, all the things that we want and need within our department. He is bilingual, fluent Spanish, so we appreciate that for helping the folks around that come to our community and to our counter. And when he's not working for us, he's hanging out with his tabby cat named Aiko. So with that, I'd like to introduce Sebastian and welcome him. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, and everyone here tonight. My name is Sebastian. I am excited to serve the Gilroy community and contribute to projects that improve the city's quality of life. I appreciate this opportunity to be such a part of this dedicated team, and I look forward to supporting the city's continued growth and success. Thank you so much.
Okay, now moving on to item number 4. This is presentations to council. So this is public comment by members of the public on items not on the agenda, but within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city council. As you may imagine, and as you can see by all the cards we have up here, we have a lot of public comment tonight. So we are going to go to 1 minute of public comment. And why don't you go ahead and take it away, Kim?
Thank you. I'm going to call up Kelly Larson and Jennifer and Rebecca Armendariz to start.
Thank you, Kelly. You have 1 minute, please.
My question and comments are about the Amazon Web Services data center. And I'll submit this to the clerks if you want a copy. Question 1 is, who's paying for the energy infrastructure? Is the developer required to cover the cost of the new infrastructure facility demands, or is it to us payers on the hook? Question 2 is, where is the energy for the data center coming from? PG&E power station will we be drawing from? Is it natural gas, coal, or nuclear? There should be policy reforms to help ensure that data centers and any future sources of our electric demand are powered by clean energy. Phase 1 of this data center says it will be constructing a new substation, and again, how will that be powered? Natural gas, coal, or nuclear? Question 3, what are the actual economic benefits? The Amazon VP stated in the dispatch just this week that they will be providing 90 jobs. But
That's your 1 minute, Kelly, so sorry. Don't
Okay.
forget, this is a message for everybody. You did say you were going to submit that
Yes.
to the public clerk. Everybody up here will get it, and it'll be registered on our portal that the entire community will see it.
Okay.
So don't worry. Thank you very much.
Jennifer, followed by Rebecca.
Before Jennifer goes, I hope you guys, I'm glad everyone's here today, and we started off, I got everybody clapping, so that was not an invitation to clap throughout our public comment. As you guys recall, we have some great decorum in this council chambers, and clapping is not one of them. So you are welcome to be as excited as you want, but please do not clap after each public comment. Please do not do that. So with that being said, Jennifer, you have 1 minute.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Jennifer Payton with Amazon Web Services. I wanted to come tonight to personally invite you and members of the Gilroy community to an open house we are hosting this Wednesday evening, June 3rd, from 5 to 8 at Gilroy High School. We'll have folks from our project team there, along with representatives from the supporting utilities, and we'd like the chance to talk with community members, answer questions, and share more about our data center project currently under construction. We'll also have Spanish-speaking team members there, as well as a translator. So if you are curious, or if you know anyone who is, which it sounds like there is, so please feel free to stop by any time on Wednesday, June 3rd, between 5 and 8, and we welcome the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rebecca, followed by Armando and Connie.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members. Rebecca Armendariz, I'm here on behalf of Caras and Bay Rising, Silicon Valley. I know we can't clap, but if you stand against the ICE Detention Processing Center in Gilroy, please stand up. I want to thank you all for your item 7.9, the resolution, and for your commitment to the diverse members of our community. This statement of values is important as a first step to asserting where our city stands in terms of an ICE facility coming to our community. However, I urge you to take the next step towards making our community feel safer, making them feel appreciated and heard. This step means developing and adopting a strong policy prohibiting the use of city property for civil immigration enforcement to protect the safety and well-being of all of our community members and city employees. Gilroy should join Campbell, Sunnyvale, Santa Clara, San Jose, the County of Santa Clara, VTA, and other cities across the country in adopting such a policy to support everyday community members who are living in fear in Gilroy, in our county, and throughout our country. With the threats of a proposed ICE facility here and in Dublin, our community needs strong leadership. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rebecca. So just as a reminder, thank you, Rebecca, for encouraging the crowd to follow what my request is. And just a small reminder, this is not the end of the world, but during this public comment, it's for items that are not on the agenda. So in this particular case, that public comment would have taken place. You guys can sit down. Thank you, sorry. In this particular case, that item would have took place during the consent calendar.
Yes.
Please.
So if anyone filled out a public comment card for items not on the agenda and you're wanting to speak on item 7.9, that will happen during consent. You can come let me know.
Take it away, Armando.
Thank you. Mayor and council members, I believe this body should consider starting discussions to address the community's concerns over the approval process of Amazon's AI centers. The purpose of the discussion should be to determine the need to establish reasonable regulations and standards that will apply to Gilroy's future high-impact industrial developments. It is my hope that one of you will submit a fair memo to start the process. The community deserves the opportunity to hear their elected representatives participate in a transparent policy discussions on the matter below. Agendize a study session through a fair memo will allow the community to know where each of you, the elected representatives, stand on using your legislative authority to establish clear and robust standards applicable to future high-impact industrial developments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So Connie's next. Can you list the other two, Kim? So we can have those
Joanne
folks
and then
come up?
Bill O'Connor.
So Joanne and Bill, can you guys please get in line and get on deck? Thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Connie Rogers, and I do support the Anti-ICE Center, but I'm here to talk about something else. As a former planning commissioner and council member, I'm here to let you know that many of us, including some of your current planning commissioners and even council members, felt blindsided by the lack of a public hearing for the data center being built. The fact that a project of this magnitude and complexity, which significantly affects our environment, did not allow for public input seems undemocratic. Many of us feel frustrated, let down, and disappointed because we elected you to protect us in our beautiful city, but it doesn't feel like you did. We don't believe that a project that could significantly affect our water supply and electricity should be approved just because it's located in an industrial zone. I'm asking that you put a discussion of amending the zoning code on your agenda in the near future. Even though there is a lengthy EIR, it has been my experience that they do not always include information that could be detrimental.
Thank you very
to the
much,
project.
Connie. Your minute is up. Thank you very much.
Aaron O'Brien, followed by Joanna Corona and Ashley Castillo.
Joanne is next, and then Bill, and then Aaron. Right?
Bill was speaking on another item.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so Joanne, and then Aaron.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Sorry,
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry, Kim.
All right. Good evening, guys. Armando and Connie covered a lot of what I was going to say, but let me just say it plainly as a resident here from 30 years. We feel blindsided is the truth because it was not transparent what was happening. In fact, it seems to be very devious. They say they're going to open a distribution center, there's going to be jobs, and guess what? It's not, and there aren't. So I don't want this to happen again. How did it slide through without any of us knowing, or did we know?
and we just couldn't talk about it. I don't trust them. I think they'll try for more. And if it isn't Amazon, it'll be somebody else. So let's get it on the agenda. Let's get set standards, and let's do something to prevent the next one if we can't take care of this one. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Joanne. Aaron? Who's after Aaron, please, Kim?
Ashley, and then Alina and Emily, and Ezra.
Good evening, Erin O'Brien. And I'm not going to speak to this item, but thank you for proposing and presumably passing the resolution opposing the ICE facility. That matters to our community. But I am here tonight to speak to you about the need to go further. Northern California has the lowest ICE arrest rate in the nation. 217 arrests per 100,000 undocumented citizens, compared to a national average of over 1,000. That's not luck or happenstance. Experts attribute that directly to sanctuary policies, community resistance, supportive leadership, and the absence of a local detention infrastructure. That low rate means thousands of families in this region have stayed together, thousands of kids have gone to school without fear, and that's what's at stake here. Santa Clara County has no formal non-staging policy, but you've heard many local jurisdictions do. So with an ICE detention processing and staging facility being attempted in the backyard, we need one. So I'm asking this council to agendize and adopt a no staging policy in alignment with our neighboring jurisdictions to protect our residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. So while we're waiting for the next speaker, Ashley, is it Ashley? Yes. So while we're waiting for the next speaker, is Ashley present? While we're waiting for possibly Ashley to come up, I want to let the group know that we are going to close any more cards being filled out for public comment for this item and for the next item for consent calendar. Right? We have plenty of those at this point that we can handle tonight. Who's next? Ashley?
Ashley Castillo.
All right. Ashley, you have 1 minute.
Okay. Thank you very much, and good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Ashley Castillo. I am 18 years old, and I attend Gilroy High. I'm speaking on the agenda item 8.2 and 1.9 regarding tobacco retailers and smoke shops. I am here today to ask the City of Gilroy to adopt strong tobacco regulations that will protect young people both now and in the future. I support establishing a clear definition of a smoke shop, adopting a local ban on flavored tobacco products, and ensuring that there are strong enforcement measures in place. These policies work together to prevent businesses from finding loopholes and to stop bad actors from returning to the community in the future. As a youth, we're often targeted from tobacco products, industry marketing, and especially through flavored products that make nicotine seem harmless. We deserve protection that puts our health first. Gilroy has an opportunity instead of waiting for problems to grow. I encourage you to adopt strong policies now so that the future generations of young people can grow up in a healthy way.
Thank you, Ashley. Thank you very much.
Alina and Emily, followed by Ezra.
As Elena and Emily are coming up, just a reminder, these are for items that are not on the rest of the agenda. So Ashley just spoke on items that are on the agenda later. It's okay, Ashley? Probably your first time.
This is not about tobacco.
Yeah. Right, so are you guys talking about tobacco?
Yeah.
Okay, then you will wait until a little bit later on when the item's on the agenda. Don't worry, you'll get your chance to speak. Don't worry. Don't worry. Okay.
Is Ezra and Maya, is that tobacco also? Okay.
Thank you.
Philip Garcia.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Phil Garcia, and the reason that I'm here this evening is I am very concerned about the handicap parking, removal signs from our properties. We never got a notice. We never got a mail. They just came and they took our handicap parking away. My wife is disabled. She has several ailments. We've had the handicap parking for 15 years plus. I came to the engineering department, spoke with the engineering people, and they told me that There's 90 handicap stalls in residences in the city of Gilroy, and that every one of those will be removed. I would like to put it on the agenda for a future date. Thank you.
Thank you, Phil.
I have no further speakers.
All right, thank you very much, everybody. Okay, moving on to item number 5, reports of council members. Councilmember Bracco. Councilmember Fugazi.
Yes, from Visit Gilroy. Visit California, the largest state-run, I get my glasses on, tourism organization in the United States, chose to feature Gilroy last week in their California Now Discover the Splendors of the Bay Area 30-minute video podcast. Ruben Dario Villa and Joelle Rosales were interviewed, and they focused on art, culture, and Gilroy Gardens. Both did a magnificent job at promoting Gilroy and all we have to offer. Thank you both for being such articulate, enthusiastic, and sincere ambassadors for Gilroy. In line with Visit Gilroy efforts to promote Gilroy as a destination for meetings, gathering, and events, Gilroy is now listed on californiameetings.com, a major resource for meeting planners. We encourage you to visit californiameetings.com to see how Gilroy is being promoted. Lastly, good news from the hotels. This is one of the key measurements that we have from Visit Gilroy. Last month, Gilroy occupancy increased over 18% from the previous year. It's a significantly larger increase than Salinas, Monterey, or Morgan Hill had. And in addition, revenue per room was up 21.8%. Definitely go out to YouTube, check out that video, drive up the participation so we get more people looking at it. It is really good to see how we're represented in that video. Thank you.
Thank you. I saw that video too. It's incredible. Really good. Councilmember Marks.
Yes, the Habitat Implementation Board met last week. I chaired that particular committee meeting, and Councilmember Ramirez was with me, and she will be giving the report later on when it's her turn. On Friday, Valley Water took some of us on an Anderson Dam tour. It was extremely informative. The dam is 76 years old this year, and the new one was started in 2013 with a completion date in 2033. It was totally enlightening to see where modern technology has come and how this dam is being built. If you ever get the chance to go up there and see it and tour it, you'll be pleasantly surprised. Thank you.
Councilmember Hilton.
Nothing to report.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Good evening. Just a few things. I want to thank you, big thank you to city staff for having the second downtown town hall. From the comments made by the businesses, they appreciate the immediate actions that have already been put in place and the next steps outlined in the 90-day action plan. Congratulations to all our local heroes who were honored at this year's Exchange Club's Blue and Gold Luncheon. They were all very well deserved. And congratulations to Joni Lewis for being honored with the Book of Golden Deeds Award. I attended the Public Works Open House with my grandson, and he was in heaven with all of these heavy equipment that were on display that he got to climb around. It was a great opportunity for everyone to come and see and meet the team members who work daily to maintain our city and keep it in good condition. Councilmember Marks and I attended the Santa Clara Valley Habitat Agency meeting on May 21st. We approved the Lakeside Caretaker residence improvements, had a presentation on the plan's fiscal year 2025 report. The executive officer reported on fiscal year to date, his advocacy trips to Sacramento and Washington, D.C., updates on land acquisitions and conservation actions. Thank you to city staff for holding a developer roundtable. Again, it was very well received by attendees. Yesterday I attended Gilroy's first farmers market that was held in the 7th Street parking lot. The booths, there were a number of booths, and they have plans to expand every week. It is from 8 to 2. I encourage everyone to participate. And then to council and staff, June 11th is the City Association Annual Picnic. I encourage our electeds and staff to attend. You've received an invite, and you can RSVP to that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Klein.
Yes, I shadowed her in a lot of the places she was at, so a lot of good things happening. And I also, on May 20th, I chaired the VTA Mobility Partnership Committee meeting. On the 21st, I attended Visit Gilroy's California Welcome Center Board meeting as an alternate, and we got to see that video. It's a great video. You got to go online and check that out. And on May 28th, I chaired the Silicon Valley Regional Interoperability Authority Board meeting. They're getting ready for FIFA coming up this month, so stay tuned. So thanks.
Thank you very much. I have a couple announcements from the Valley Transportation Authority. Valley Transportation Authority entered into an agreement with an advertising agency and company. So part of the agreement is that Valley Transportation will be, an advertising agency will be putting advertising on or around or within any type of Valley Transportation Authority buses or bus stop awnings. And in exchange for that, part of what in exchange for that is all of the bus stop awnings in the Valley Transportation Authority district will get more routine cleaning and maintenance. So look for that. So I'm excited about that. Secondly, Public Works. I like to call out Public Works a lot when I can. So it was just 2 years ago, if you recall, just 2 years ago that all of the elm trees on the west side of town, down on Miller and on 5th Street and 4th Street and on 3rd Street, were affected by an elm leaf beetle, and they shedded their leaves. So by August, all of the leaves were gone and was brown all over town. And thank you to the Public Works Department for taking a proactive approach. If you ever see somebody with a stick that they're injecting ingredients into the ground on people's lawn, this is because they're doing a very, very safe systemic application, and we're already seeing a huge difference last year and a big difference this year to protecting our trees. So thank you very much, Public Works Department. That concludes my comments. And moving on now to item number 6. This brings us to the board and commission interviews. So just a little feedback for everybody else in the room. We have the Youth Commission interviews. So this is with these young people that are sitting up here. They're applying for the Youth Commission, and they're going to come up here, and they're going to say a few things about themselves. And as I said to you guys before, we have your applications. So if you don't get a lot of questions and stuff from us, we want to hear from you in a brief statement, a little bit about yourself. But we have read your applications. And then for the rest of the community, the way this works is that on June 15th at our next council meeting is when we will make the appointments. So are you going to call out?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. So the city opened the summer recruitment period on May 20th to fill seats on the Gilroy Youth Commission with the terms expiring June 30th, 2028. There are a total of 5 seats available. So I'm going to call you each up 5 at a time, and you can just come and sit at this table and pass the mic down. Just do a quick introduction and introduce yourself to the council and let them know why you're interested in the Youth Commission. We're going to start with Mia Gibson because she has to a prior engagement. Abigail Nguyen, Alexandra Anderson, Annabelle Pham, and Astrid Bolaños, please.
So there's 3. I think you called that more than 3. So right? Does that mean?
It's okay. We'll keep moving.
Okay. Okay, take it away.
Hello, my name is Mia Gibson. I am interested in being part of the Youth Commission because I found out about it through the Beyond Gilroy program that you had, and I realized that you don't have to be old to be able to do something for your community.
Are you talking to me?
And I just want to help the community in ways that I can through the process. Well, I'm young, so I can have experience in a lot of things.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Abigail Nguyen. I'm an upcoming junior at Dr. T.J. Owens Gilroy Early College Academy. I wanted to join Youth Commission due to, I think that's a great way to help improve soft skills such as planning, brainstorming, and overall being a more well-rounded character. And I believe that I can offer some more diverse opinions and experience into planning that can apply to multiple groups in the city of Gilroy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Abigail Nguyen.
First one on the list.
Good evening. My name is Astrid Bolaños, and
I'm an upcoming freshman, and I'd like to come up with creative solutions for youth in the community.
Thank you. Great job. Yeah, of course you can.
I go to South Valley. I'm in 8th grade.
And you will go to what high school?
To Gilroy High School.
All right. And then you said T.J. Owens Academy, correct? 7th grader at South Valley. Okay.
And I just wanted to make sure that Alexandra Anderson and Annabelle Pham were not here. Okay.
Okay, you three, you can leave the mic right there. And thank you very much. You guys can return to your seats. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Next, we'll call up Avery Lucero, Clarissa Lustry, Cormac Stump, Genesis Rafino, and Jacob Angelo Ona.
Jacob. So you want to fill in a few more since those others aren't here?
Jackson Liu, Jeremy Vu, Casey Walker.
Thank you. All right, take it away.
Good evening, Mayor and City or Council staff. My name is Cormac Stump. I attend St. Mary's. I'm in 7th grade. I'm interested in the Youth Council because I want to create a space for people my age. I attended Taekwondo through the City of Gilroy Recreations, and I was surrounded by children, very little children, and I felt alienated because a lot of this stuff revolved around younger activities. I had difficulty trying to find people and friends my age to join me, and I wanted to create more spaces like that. I have a lot of experience planning things. I do a lot of fundraising things with my mother, and I'm interested in helping animals. I do a lot of fostering. I foster kittens every summer.
All right, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jackson Liu. I'm an incoming junior at Dr. T.J. Owens, Gilroy Early College Academy. As I sat here today, I saw a lot of different problems and looked at the agenda, and I realized there are so many things going on in Gilroy that I had no idea were happening. I want to be able to work in with everyone else in Gilroy, and I want to be able to create these sorts of changes that everyone in this room and on the board is looking for. I want to be able to push these new boundaries for what Gilroy should be, and I want to work with everyone else, hopefully some people, or hopefully the people up there, to create the type of place Gilroy should be to have a more better community. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jeremy Vu. I'm an upcoming junior at Dr. T.J. Owens Gilroy Early College Academy, and I was interested in joining the Youth Commission because I would like to impact my community with engaging events for our youth. I've noticed that the Youth Commission has already planned events such as the Opportunity and the intergenerational dance, which I highly recognize and I admire. However, I would like to add on to it by creating more events to impact our preteens and regular teens for areas outside of the academic and professional setting, such as in sports. I've realized that a lot of students have turned to more sedentary and dull habits, such as video games or like the dreaded iPad, but it's become very hard to access sports due to the highly selective nature of student sports at schools or because of the high prices of club leagues. So I'd like to propose an event such as a free camp where it could be 3 days of different sports such as basketball, soccer, volleyball, badminton, tennis, or spikeball. And these could help students get out and build soft skills such as friendship, teamwork, social skills, while also getting the physical activity they need and get out into the community. And I'd like to re-engage our youth. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy. Good job.
Hi, my name is Casey Walker, and I would like to join the Youth Commission because I care deeply about the community and the people in it. I am hardworking, talented, fluent, organized, and enjoy working well with others. I want to help create positive changes to the youth and to the families of Gilroy. I believe that I would be a great candidate for the Youth Commission, and yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Casey, what school do you go to?
I go to Brownell Middle School, and I'm a 7th grader.
7th grader. Any other questions? All right, thank you, you four.
you.
Great job. Thank you very much.
Kiara Brenton. Linda Diakova, Lizeth Gomez Rodriguez. And Paige Lott. Robert Gareve. Ryan Nguyen. Sarah Isaac. Sarika Day. Sean Anderson. Sienna Teal. Trinity Wagner. Violet Ramirez. And William Purdy.
Are there any additional applicants who have not been called yet? Raise your hand. Okay, so it feels like this is the final four. Okay. All right, take it away.
All right, good evening, fellow mayor and council. I want to join the Gilroy Youth Commission because I just simply adore public service. Growing up, my parents taught me that it's the most noble thing that I can dedicate myself, and I just really adore it. I have a bunch of experience volunteering at different schools, at my prior middle school, elementary school, other high schools. I just really love to represent other people. Right now, I'm a part of the student advisory committee at my high school where I ask for opinions from my fellow classmates and I act as a liaison to my principal. I'm involved in my community. I love living here at Gilroy. I think we're a really close-knit community, and I think that's what really makes us strong. So I would do anything to be able to improve that and to keep it going because I feel really like I belong here, and I want to promote that to our youth. So if I was a part of this committee, of this commission, I would love to promote events, including our cultures. I would love to have like a multicultural event day. I would love to organize dances and etc. I just really want to represent voices that are often talked over, and I want to ensure that everyone in our community feels like they belong. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your name again is?
Lizeth Gomez Rodriguez. Dr. TJ Owens, I'm an incoming junior.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Robert Grieve, and I'm an upcoming junior at Dr. TJ Owens Gilroy Early College Academy. At my school, I'm a part of the Associated Student Body, which gives me a lot of leadership experience and also experience with helping people. And it was my first year at the student body, and I really enjoyed assisting my principal and my peers. And I started researching more opportunities and how can I do that, especially with my local community living in Gilroy. And I found out about the Youth Commission. And those are mainly the reasons that I want to join. I want to leave a positive impact on my community by working with peers, the Youth Commission, and the committee itself to address certain issues and help people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sarah Isaac, and I'm an incoming junior at Dr. TJ Owens Gilroy Early College Academy. In this position, I would wish to be able to strengthen my leadership and communication skills, as well as also be able to be a voice for the youth in this community. And I believe that this opportunity would allow me to do so. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the Gilroy City Council. My name is William Purdy. I am currently 16 years old and an incoming junior at Christopher High School. I would love to be a part of the Gilroy Youth Commission as I am extremely interested in the problems that, the issues that affect our youth in our community. And I believe it's very important that the youth makes their voices heard and that these solutions are found to the issues that affect them. I believe using my experiences as part of serving on the Christopher High School's focus group for when they were constructing the wellness center to being the president and founder of the Asian Student Union at Christopher High School, among also along with numerous community service activities such as serving at the Garlic Festival, I believe that I can work with the team and bring a lot of creative solutions and original solutions to the table and hopefully address the issues that affect our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just one last chance. Any other applicants that we may have missed and looked over? Okay, no. So thank you very much. You guys can leave the mic there and return to your seats. So again, just for the public, these are the youth of some of the youth of our community. You can hear how they speak. You can hear what they've done already. Some of them before they're even in the 7th grade. So the challenge that we have as a council is that there are 12 or 13 folks who showed up today to speak. There's probably over nearly 30 applicants, and we have to choose 5. So now, what you've heard from these students today, and appreciate you guys coming here, this is the time for applause for these kids. Okay, before we move on to item number 7, just for you folks, and this is for everybody who does public comment and that type of thing, for you folks, you are not required to stay here all night. You're welcome to stay as long as you want, but you're not required, and if you do leave at some point, it is okay. Keep that in mind, okay? So moving on to item number 7, the consent calendar. Council, any questions from council? Nope. All right, let's go right to public comment, and how many do we have?
Thank you, Mayor. We have 15 speakers.
Okay, 1 minute, please. 1 minute for each, please.
Michelle Nelson, followed by Arcelia O'Connor and Jan Guffey.
Good evening, Mayor Bozo and council members. As you may have heard, the Gilroy Unified School Board of Education approved a resolution last Thursday opposing the ICE Detention Center. The school board often reads resolutions, but because it was at the end of a very long meeting, we did not. We just approved it. I was surprised to see that your resolution is in the consent agenda. Typically, that's for routine items that are not controversial at all. It's okay. I was wondering, and I know you can't respond right now, but maybe you can think about it, to have it read out loud, given the nature of this issue, and do a roll call vote. I don't know if it was going to be a roll call for the consent, but as a resolution, typically it's a roll call if I'm not mistaken. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Next, Joanne.
Arcelia,
Oh, excuse me, Arcelia is
followed
next.
by Jan.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, and staff members. I said some of this at a previous meeting, but I'm going to say it again. I am a first-generation American. My parents were both from Mexico and became proud American citizens. Their hearts would be broken about what has happened to this country where I and my siblings were born. The sadness, hate, lawlessness, and in too many cases, death that has been inflicted on many individuals by ICE agents, including American citizens, that has engulfed this nation is now on Gilroy's doorstep. And even though the detention center planned would not be in our city limits, I am thankful that the council has taken a stance to oppose it and included a resolution in the agenda for tonight's meeting. Democracy, our democracy, can die one step at a time. Thank you for making your voice heard to say that we will not let Gilroy be one more step on that path. Silence is not an option. Thank you for not being silent.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Jan Guffey, followed by Armando, and then Edwin.
Hello, I just wanted to say I'm a Gilroy resident. These are the facts. Since our current president took office in January 2025, at least 48 people have died in ICE detention facilities. Another study showed increasing rates of death in ICE custody. The 2026 fiscal year from October 1st, 2025 to January 19th had the highest death rate in the 22-year period. Recent increases in death were of systemic weaknesses in medical care, mental health protection, and mortality review. Of the people booked into ICE, This fiscal year, nearly 3 in 4 had no criminal conviction. Nearly half had no criminal conviction or even any pending criminal charges. Only 8% had a violent or property criminal conviction. My faith teaches me to respect the inherent worth and dignity of every person. Mark 12:31 says, "Love your neighbor as yourself." Matthew 25:40 says, "Whatever you did for one of the least of these brothers and sisters of mine, you did for me."
Thank you, Jan. Armando. Who's after Armando, please? Kim?
Edwin, and then Cynthia.
Go ahead, Armando.
And Yvette.
Mayor, I strongly support this resolution and urge the City Council to adopt it and take every lawful action available to stop the ICE detention facility from located in our city. Such a facility would have significant impact in our community, and residents will have a clear commitment that Gilroy will stand up for its values, protect community trust, and oppose projects that do not reflect the priorities of our community. Our immigrant community will feel safer knowing that this body is taking the right stance and sending a clear message that reassures them. Thank you for taking this stand.
Thank you. Edwin?
Edwin Salazar.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I was born and raised here in Gilroy. I'm 18 years old. I'm graduating next week. But I can't think of anything else other than the fact that an ICE facility might be built not on Gilroy City property, but around it. I urge you to agendize a no staging policy for June 15. As a Mexican American, I see my community, 60% of which is Hispanic of origin, and I see that if this building is allowed to be constructed, they will live in fear. Imagine our downtown with its lively parties, with its lively events. Imagine that without 60% of the people who attend it. Imagine how our community, which claims to be made of workers and a tight community that boasts itself on garlic, on agriculture, how can we allow ICE to be present on our community? Thank you.
Cynthia, followed by Yvette and Yuli.
Good evening. I'm a member of this community, and I'm here to express that I'm against the building of an ICE concentration camp. I hope all of you here make the choice to not be complicit in crimes against humanity. Thank you.
Yvette? Is Yvette Garcia here? Garza? Okay, Yuli?
Hi, I am Yulia Bundis, and I am a local educator. I strongly support the proposed resolution to oppose the possible ICE detention facility in Gilroy. I also urge you to agendize a no staging zone policy for June 15th to provide concrete protections for the community by prohibiting the use of city property for civil immigration enforcement. As a descendant of immigrants, my parents came to this country to give me and my siblings an opportunity to receive an education. I understand the importance of supporting our immigrant caregivers and their children as they navigate the school system. Now, as an educator, I can see how the youth's mental health and quality of life has been heavily impacted from the escalation of immigration enforcement in our surrounding communities. I believe that the development of a detention center, otherwise a concentration camp, would only increase the fear and anxiety of our local children living life by impacting their short and long-term health. We have already witnessed student absenteeism this past school year. This is not aligned with values of equity and mutual care for all of our youth. All children in immigrant communities are entitled to live free of fear, and it is our responsibility as leaders to positively support our community's sense of safety.
Thank you.
Nosley, followed by Gabriel, and then Ron.
You're not Yvette, are you? Okay, good. All right, so why don't you just hold on a second. We'll get you back in there. So thank you for making eye contact with me. Good job. She was staring me down. Yeah.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council member. I'm here to oppose the concentration camp and to urge you to give these youth right here a good example of what we do and how we stand up for our community. We are a diverse community, and the backbone of this country is at risk. So I urge you to give a good example to the youth, and just like you're protecting the trees and the community, like our beloved community is at stake here. And that's all I have to say for now.
Thank you. Yvette, why don't you come on up?
Thank you, Mayor Greg Bozo. Good evening. My name is Yvette Gasca, and I am a Gilroy resident, a therapeutic behavioral service coach, and a nonprofit agency, and a second-year Masters of Social Work student at San Jose State University. First, I want to express my sincere appreciation for your intent to adopt a resolution opposing the development of this detention center. Your leadership sends a strong message that Gilroy values the well-being and dignity of the residents in Gilroy. I oppose this proposed detention center because I work every day with children and families who are already experiencing trauma and hardship. A detention center would only create more fear, stress, and instability in our community rather than to provide support and healing. Gilroy is a diverse community, and this facility would disproportionately impact people of color and immigrants and other families. Many residents may feel less safe in accessing our services, schools, and community resources. As a social work student and a community member, I believe that we should invest in programs that strengthen families and promote well-being, not systems that cause harm and division. I urge you to continue standing with our community and reject this proposal. Thank you very much.
Gabriel, followed by Ron, and then Lillian. Gabriel Uribe.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Gabriel Uribe, and I'm a local educator. Building an ICE processing detention center facility would be detrimental to the City of Gilroy, Bay Area, Central Coast, and the entire communities of California. These are modern-day concentration camps that affect the most marginalized and working-class communities. As local elected officials, it is your obligation to support the safety, prosperity, and autonomy of all people, especially undocumented people who are the backbone of this country. There would be no Gilroy and no United States of America without indigenous people and immigrants. The people who are being targeted are people of color, and this fascist government uses ICE in the same way that slave catchers would hunt black, brown, and any person that were not white. That is why I'm standing here today speaking on behalf of our communities that don't have the privilege of voicing their demand. And it is important that you fulfill your obligation as City Council members to do everything in your power to make sure that ICE Processing Detention Center is not created in any of our communities. It is imperative that people are not detained, kidnapped by federal agents for being undocumented, which is a civil offense. A civil offense is
Thank you so much. Your 1 minute is up. Thank you very much. And don't be afraid, as I said before, any type of public comment you have, you can submit. We will all get it, as will the community.
I believe it's my turn, Mayor.
Yes.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and community. I strongly oppose this proposition against having an ICE facility here in Gilroy or in our sphere of influence. Bambi Larson was killed by an illegal immigrant, stabbed multiple times. He was in jail on an ICE hold, and Santa Clara County refused to honor the ICE hold. He got out and he stabbed her and killed her multiple times, a torturous murder. Just Thursday, this last Thursday, a grandmother, her daughter, a mother, was killed along with their 2-week-old baby and a 4-month child in the house that is in the hospital suffering, killed by an illegal immigrant who ICE wouldn't...
Thank you very much, Ron. Your 1 minute's up. Thank you very much.
Lillian. Lillian, followed by Batman of San Jose, and Bill O'Connor.
Lillian? Batman?
Lillian Silva.
I saw Batman leave. Oh, there he is. Batman, you're up.
We all know why we're here. We know that ICE has multiple planned detention centers for California, specifically targeting the Bay Area, including Gilroy. It is your responsibility as the potential host city for one of these centers to do everything you can to stop it. Not only do you need to put in place a rejection of the very idea of such a monstrous building being built in your vicinity, you must also refuse to cooperate in any instance. Fire police officers who cooperate. Bar ICE from using city property. Whatever measures need to be taken in order to protect the people that are in front of you, you must take them. Because ICE does not play fair. It's time to play dirty. Do whatever you have to.
Thank you, Batman. Bill?
Bill O'Connor. At the last council meeting, I urged the council and the city to take a stance opposing the ICE facility. I was pleased to see that action was taken so quickly. I know the document reads really well. I really like that. I know there's little you can do legally because it's in the county and the state, but thanks for doing that. I support you.
Thank you, Bill.
Lisa?
Is Lisa the last?
Yes.
But we. Okay.
Lillian?
Lillian. Yeah. Sorry about that, Lisa. No, don't go away. Lillian will go and then Lisa.
She can stand with me too.
Okay.
All right, sorry, I'll be really fast. Whew. Okay. All right. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Lillian Silva, Program Manager for South County with the Youth Alliance. I'm here to speak upon item 7.6, the opioid remediation. Since 2022, we at the Youth Alliance have been leading fentanyl awareness efforts in our community long before this crisis became a headline. Our work has focused on protecting youth and families through education, prevention, honest conversation. Over the past several years, we have organized and delivered presentations, hosted a community town hall, led tabling events, have created with centered learning spaces that teach and real dangers of fentanyl in a way that is trauma-informed and respectful. Our goal has always been simple: to make sure the young people and their families have access to clear, accurate, safe, life-saving information. With your support, Youth Alliance can lead a comprehensive youth-centered prevention strategy rooted in cultural relevance, leadership development, and healing-informed practices for youth and families. Each activity will primarily focus on substance use intervention, naloxone training, education, resource patching. Youth Alliance will coordinate and implement activities across our core categories: culturally relevant leadership, prevention group, healing circles, peer-led support spaces, workshops, harm reduction, youth resilience prevention campaigns with Youth Alliance.
Thank you. Good job.
Got it all.
Wow. Very good. Okay, Lisa.
Okay. My name is Lisa, and I am the mother of Fernando Sanchez, who died from fentanyl poisoning in 2020. So I was just here to support Lillian and the funds that were given to Gilroy to support education on opioid use. And I've attended many of Lillian's trainings, and every year she invites me and other parents back to give fentanyl education. So I was just in support of her to see about those. I know that there was a big amount of funds given to Gilroy, and just any organizations that want to fight this opioid use in Gilroy is, should be all hands on deck. So I was just here to support her. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Thank you very much.
I have no further speakers.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, so back to council. Are there questions or comments, or I'm looking for a motion to approve the consent calendar? Go ahead, Councilmember Ramirez.
I would like to make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
A second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Ramirez and a second by Councilmember Klein to approve the consent calendar, items 7.1 through 7.9. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bracco? Yes. Councilmember Klein?
Yes.
Councilmember Fugazi?
Yes.
Councilmember Hilton?
Yes.
Councilmember Marks?
Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez?
Yes.
Mayor Bozo?
Yes, motion passes 7-0. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody, for the decorum that you showed throughout this part of the meeting. Appreciate it very much. All right, let's move along to item, so remember what I said earlier, we are 8.1. Okay, we're going to take a 10-minute break. Let's resume the meeting, please. Councilmember Klein, have a seat. Councilmember Ramirez, missing in action. I'm not an owl. Oh, hi. Okay. Thank you, everybody. Okay, so what I was about to say earlier before I called for a break is that we are going to move on to item number, 10.1. So 10.1, consider reopening Wayland and Hannah parking lots at Los Alamos Veteran Park. Staff report, please. John.
Thank you, Mayor, council members, community. Before you is a request for consideration of a trial reopening of the Wayland and/or Hannah parking lots at Los Alamos Veterans Park. In considering this, we ask that you look at the following questions, and those are here, which are, do you wish to consider reopening Wayland Park parking lot at Los Alamos Park? If yes, are conditions attached to the reopening? Does the City Council wish to consider reopening Hannah parking lot at Los Alamos Park? And if yes, again, are there conditions attached to that? As a point of reference, on February 9th, the City Council considered a fair memo presented by Councilmember Marks. Memo sought support to reopen Wayland parking lot on a trial basis. As noted in the report, staff included the Hannah parking lot simply because it was closed at the same time and had many of the same issues. So I think there are community members here who are also very concerned about Hannah and would like a conversation regarding the status and where they stand with that. We were directed to come back at a later meeting, and that is tonight. Thank you. Staff has provided significant background in the staff report, which led to the original closure of the park, and I'm not going to reiterate that, but it is pretty extensive and going back to that. Also, the staff report was attached as well as other materials to the staff report. Kind of the alternatives laid out in the report would be to open the Wayland parking lot, open Hannah parking lot only, open both lots, and or alternative 4, leave both lots closed. And the analysis is in the report in terms of what the issues are. I'll walk through those very briefly. Wayland parking lot, this is what that looks like. Sign to the left, come into the swing gate that was put in prior to closure. Then you come up into the park. There is the one security light there on the far right, and then this is the basic condition in the third from the left of the pavement. So workable, livable, not great. At some point in the pretty near future, you would definitely want to rehab that or reconstruct that, but it's still functional. The primary issue identified is basically the ADA, the space itself. Both has a cross slope issue and a running slope issue. So it's both sideways and forward and up, back and forth. The other concrete has a problem with the running slope, and there are some needs for the bridge itself to get your path of travel compliant with ADA. And we've identified and laid out some of those issues there. And that would be required as part of reopening. This is the only thing we've identified that would be absolutely necessary for reopening the parking lot. Hannah parking lot looks much like this today. The swing gates were installed again at the same time prior to the full closure of this parking lot. This is standing from Hannah Street itself and looking to basically the edge of Los Alamos Park where the swing gate is. This is the Hannah parking lot, the ADA space. This space needs new signage, new striping, a little bit of a refresh, but really very little to move forward with that. This is, to the right, is the accessible path of travel into the park. Again, compliant. It's and been reviewed and looked at by staff, including the city's ADA coordinator. Kind of a third issue that goes along with this, the Hannah Street is the issue of what to do with the remaining piece of Hannah, basically extending to the park. And this sort of is left in this scenario with the swing gate as kind of a no man's land. It was restricted in terms of the parking. You can see the signage there, 11 to 6 a.m. There's still, by reports from residents, activities occurring there, and some issues and concerns. We did temporarily and have temporarily closed that point with these barricades, which are is to the left. That was done to try to pilot and see what would happen if this section was completely closed off for a period of time. I think it has been, from the neighborhood perspective, successful, other than we have heard from one resident who has raised concerns about the fact that this parking is limited and lost and is now being felt by other portions of the neighborhood for on-street parking. So the recommendation tonight is receive this report, consider community input, discuss and provide direction on whether to initiate reopening of Wayland parking lot and/or Hannah parking lot at Los Animas Veterans Park. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to start with questions from council. I don't see anybody on the board yet. You have to Councilmember Fugazi had some questions?
So the ADA access outside the $30,000, that was up to $100,000, that would not have to be done if the parking lot was not reactivated?
The additional accessibility issues and path of travel issues are separate from this. They are actually related to the tennis court, and they run from basically the spectator viewing area from the tennis court and needing to run to the bathroom, to the restrooms, the new restrooms that were put in for a path of travel. And that's separate and would not be subject to any, this project would not be subject to that.
So it's likely we'll have to do that anyway at some point.
At some point, you would definitely want to and need to do that per ADA and per just general accessibility issues.
And we received a lot of feedback on this, obviously, ourselves, and we also had it through the Parks Commission. Did anybody do a tally of like for and against on this?
It was, the staff basically, there was no one who spoke in favor at the Parks and Rec Commission toward reopening. It was the neighbors, and I think that's understandable from perspective.
Thank you.
Councilmember Marks.
John, I have a question for you. This was before your time here, but in 2019, the Public Works was given a grant, and they went through the park, all around the tennis courts, by the handball courts, and they widened all of the walkways. So I can't imagine how much wider you want to make those. Because police drive on them when they're patrolling the car, so it's wide.
Through the mayor, Councilmember, it's not about the width. It's about a number of things, but primarily, one, the surface itself, but more importantly, there are areas with 10, 11, 12% slope where you've got to access, and this is between courts 5 and 6 and the main courts 1 through 4. There's an area that you go down to the spectators, or the spectators, if you're going to the restroom, have to come up. And it's in very bad shape in terms of the actual surface, but more importantly, it's 10, 12% well above the threshold for the ramping. So there's multiple things that have to be done there. There is an issue that there is not adequate ADA spectator space there, so that would require some work. And then we would also need to connect through into the restroom itself. So again, it's not about width, it's about many other things.
Okay, so I understand that. So basically, from what you're saying, even if these two parking lots did not get opened, access would come in from Mantelli's side, and they would experience all the same sloping and the unfinished surfaces. Then, am I correct?
If I can, through the mayor, the Los Animas Park and many of our facilities have a lot of need across the board. So if you think about the park, taking it completely away from the parking lots we're talking about, the other side, the parking lots on Mantelli are in rough shape. There's needs there. There's ADA needs there. There's ADA needs associated with a lot of things in this building as well. What we need to do is prioritize those within our, to address them within our means, and that's what John's done on this one, is prioritize the parking lots that we're talking about as a priority to address for this particular discussion, acknowledging that there's other needs throughout the city that we need to put on the list for sure.
Okay. I do have another question. Just a quick one.
Councilmember Hilton, and then back to Councilmember Fugazi.
Thanks. I just want to clarify, it's in the agenda packet too. On March 24th, this was taken to the Parks and Recreation Commission, and by a 6-0 vote, they recommended City Council to keep the Hannah and Wayland Park parking lots at Los Animas Veterans Park closed pending further evaluation and community input. Thanks.
Councilmember Fugazi.
So whether it's the Parks and Recreation Commission or Public Works, has anybody made a recommendation for these parking lots? If we do choose to keep them closed, should they be reclaimed as grass areas in the park? Are there safety issues if they're left as they continue to deteriorate, and trip hazards and these kinds of things? What will happen if they are to remain closed?
That would certainly be a next step in the process. These were closed with no understanding of exactly when they would reopen. And I think at this point, definitive answers to where the council stands. I would suggest this, we are going through our Parks Master Plan, and one of the things that we talked about with the Parks and Rec Commission is that we're in the process of with an RFP for that plan. This would be a great time to evaluate and go through this process and look at, and also take community input on sort of a re-envisioned Los Animas, including potentially the Hannah and the Wayland parking lots. So I would hedge against not making an immediate action to that point, allow that process to work through, allow the community input, and some of that community input beyond and extending beyond the immediate neighbors and the community itself. We also don't know exactly what the implications of pickleball are going to be, and I think there's some value in holding off making a decision in terms of the ultimate deliberation of that until pickleball plays out as well.
Further questions? So I have Councilmember Klein.
Well, one of the items you had in here is on April 10th of 2023, it said at that city administrator met with representatives of Gilroy Tennis Club to discuss the Wayland Lane parking lot closure. Around that time of the closure, the city received complaints, and we know all about that. At that time, the city administrator offered to allow the GTC use of the lot during tournaments and other significant events, but otherwise determined that the health safety issues outweighed the convenience of those parking spaces. Have they made any requests to access for special events? Did you guys make any?
I'll answer that. It was offered, but the key was never given to us.
I have a question. So if you mentioned that this is, right, what we're considering is a trial basis.
Mm-hmm.
That was the request, yes.
Thank you. So if this ended up getting passed to reopen the parking lots, and based on the trial basis, you'd be coming back to us, possibly PD or yourself or some other staff members, with updates about how the progress is going?
I think that would fall under what conditions would you agree as a council to reopen, and part of that would be a check-in at obvious reasonable points of time to see how it's going.
Thank you. Councilmember Ramirez.
So we had, from my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, a while back we talked about the security company that was patrolling the parks in the evening, and we had some issues with them in terms of reporting and kind of doing what they were supposed to do. Has that improved?
Significantly improved.
Thank you.
Councilmember Bracco.
John, how about if we did like a trial run with opening it up on weekends, close at dusk? Would we have security to handle opening and closing the gates? and making sure there's nobody in there? And would our police department be able to patrol it now and then to make sure there's nobody loitering there and doing anything that they shouldn't be doing?
As noted in the staff report, we do not have necessarily the capacity to deal with the closure of these. It falls outside of the norm of our contract for services, which would then require additional services or modification to the contract with our security. And otherwise, that would be having to call staff in on the weekends for a 2-hour overtime call out.
You didn't check with the security company to see if they could do that as part of this?
I have no doubt that they can do it. The issue is cost and the current contract. But, you know, I believe it's just an issue of cost more than it is anything.
Then I have a question. Then what does the security company actually do at Los Animas Park if they don't lock up anything? I'm very confused. So what, as far as you know,
The security contract covers from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. The issue we have is that if you want to close at dusk or a set time, any time before that point, that would require a separate call out or modifying, expanding the hours of service for that contract.
and that might be a good option to modify. Because when they work between 11 and 7, what do they do for Los Animas Park? Do they drive through? Are they checking to see if people are camping there, loitering there? I don't know. But do you know what they do to take care of that park?
They walk the site, they make sure the restrooms are locked up. They are responsible for other lockups and just making sure that no one's camped out, say, in the restroom itself, that we have folks out of the parking lot where possible. The other two parking lots are not locked, they're not swing gates, so folks can park there, but they generally try to reduce those. They do walkabout. They're required to check through various places just to make sure things are there. But they cover basically the four larger parks and a drive-by basically of I think 13 or 14 other parks, not all 26, but about 14 of the parks they're going to see.
Councilmember Fugazi and then Councilmember Ramirez.
So I'm quite familiar with the prior security contract that came or tried to come before us numerous times. And one of the things in that contract was the clearing out of people in the parks. Is that in the current contract now, or was that taken out when it was decided to be done without council approval?
It's within the contract service.
So they clear out campers and other people who are in there, or do they contact police to do it for them?
They will contact police if they feel uncomfortable with it, but they basically are there, they're a presence. But again, they're covering a broad spectrum of park areas, and so you know, it's a time and place in which they're there. So we have an RFP out right now, request for proposals for Park Patrol, basically the security services. It was a one-year contract, so there's scope. Those are all online and available for anybody to look at and deal with that.
So hypothetically, sorry, because this is going to be a long meeting. Hypothetically, if somebody from the security team were to see cars that were in the parking lot when in one of those two parking lots, if hypothetically they were open, and it was now time, 11 p.m., to close those lots up, what would be the process at that point?
Since we haven't had them operational, and I can't tell you definitively
what the
that
protocol?
answer is, but the normal protocol would be to lock the gates, to inform the folks, if you can find them, that it's closed, lock the gates. Typically, you would have a phone number for the non-emergency PD call, and basically they would come and unlock them and let them out, or the vehicles would remain in place until the next morning when they reopened. That's typical protocol.
And last question, I promise. And it's not maybe for you, but it might be for Captain Powell, PD in general, which is, do they have an opinion on their ability to be able to adequately police these lots? Or do they feel themselves that it might be overburdening them, given the way that they're staffed at this point? And he's right behind you.
That is Batman.
As council knows, our staffing levels have not increased since 2020 when we first locked the parks. So by opening the parks, we will increase our calls for service. We will handle those calls as they come in based off the priority level. So do we have adequate staffing for it? It hasn't increased since then. So we will just handle the calls as they come in. There might be technology advances since 2020 that could help us out, like cameras, but that's something we could look into at a later point in time.
Councilmember Ramirez?
So, John, you mentioned the 4 parks. So my understanding is we have Las Animas Park, San Ysidro Park, Miller Park, and Christmas Hill Park as community parks. And then the other 14 that you refer to are more neighborhood-type parks. Is that correct?
We throw in also
Throw it in.
Monterey, the
Sports park.
Sports park,
That's right.
sorry.
Okay. So then all of these questions, for example, that Councilmember Fugazzi are bringing up in terms of patrol and cars locked in, parking lots and this and that, they potentially can occur in all these different parks?
They can.
Okay.
Yep.
Vandalism or sleeping, and checking all the bathrooms at all the different parks and making sure nobody's camping in any of these bathrooms as well.
That's part of what they
Okay.
do as well.
And so I'm just wondering if opening these 2 small parking lots is going to significantly increase, and maybe this is for Captain Powell, significantly increase issues of camping, issues of people locking themselves in the bathroom at night, all of those different things. Are you going to see a significant increase in that with opening these 2 parking lots?
I wish I could give you a definite answer, but we don't have the data. We don't have the statistical data to prove now versus 20 or 5 years ago or 6 years ago now, because we changed over to a new record management system.
Okay.
So it's not an apple-to-apples comparison.
Okay.
Will we see a significant increase? So in 2020, the reason why we closed these lots is because we were seeing an increase in activity, illegal activity in these 2 parking lots specifically, but that could have been COVID-related.
Okay.
The only way to know for sure is if we open it up and try it.
Okay. And then the other question is for you probably as well. And forgive me because I'm having, a brain pause. The laws have changed with the Oregon camping.
Grants pass.
Thank you. Grants pass. And now you have, as the department, you have more ability to move people along.
You are correct.
Okay. Thank you. That's it.
I think I'm going to move to public comment. So Kim, let's go ahead. I know it looks like you have 7 or so, and we're going to do 2 minutes. Please. Thank you very much. And it looks like Carla is first, and then Ed, and then Dennis. Did I do that correctly, Kim?
Yes.
Carla, Ed, and Dennis. Oh, there she is. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm not getting used to this hearing loss thing and these hearing aids, and everything sounds kind of strange, so sorry about that.
That's okay.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm here to ask you to reconsider the continued closure of the Wayland parking lot at Las Animas Park, and to think about Las Animas Park not as a problem to contain, but an asset to reclaim. This closure was presented originally to us as being temporary. Instead, it's effectively become permanent. In the meantime, that lot is sitting there unused, it's deteriorating, it's behind closed gates and signs, while regular park users have lost their access to a public space. This isn't really about convenience, though. When a city closes public facilities because of antisocial behavior, rather than addressing that behavior itself, it sends the wrong message. The public loses while the bad guys win. This is not how great parks or great cities are built. Gilroy already has a successful example of another approach. San Ysidro Park used to be known as PCP Haven. It had a reputation and people avoided it. The city's invested in programming, in staff presence, and surveillance. The park has been reclaimed and it's become a community asset. Los Animas doesn't require that level of intervention, but the principle is the same. Positive use discourages negative use. The most effective way to push out unwanted activity is to increase legitimate activity in the park. Open the lot, add quality surveillance cameras, program the space, encourage recreation, create reasons for people to be there doing good things. The tennis community would be willing to work with the city, to partner with the city, to support activities that will help activate the park. Let's treat Los Animas as something worth investing in, not something to lock up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ed, followed by Dennis. and then
Perhaps
Joe.
you guys missed my request earlier.
They were outside.
Yeah, I know you were outside, but the decorum is that we're not clapping for items during public comment because there's some reasonable people that might not really like this idea. So please do not clap, please. We'll wait to have the kids back and we'll clap for them.
Ed, followed by Dennis, and then Joe.
I'm the backup speaker in case she ran out of time.
Yeah.
So we can move on to the next.
Okay.
Thank you.
Dennis, and then Joe, followed by Shannon.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. My name is Dennis Bolger. I'm a resident of Gilroy. I live on Arnold Drive near the Wayland lot. I'm here to express my support in keeping the lots closed. The biggest reason why I believe this should continue is just the public safety. I've lived in the neighborhood for 15 years. Before the gate, when the gates were open and since they've been locked, the positive impacts on the neighborhood and the park and the community have been amazing. And I've seen it all, like all the illicit and illegal activity that was outlined in the staff report, like I saw it. So number one is like public safety. Keeping the lots closed is not impeding anyone's entrance to the park. It's not keeping anyone out. People can still access it. But myself and my fellow residents, believe it's a big public safety thing. Also, based on the staff report, it's going to, I believe it should still be closed because of the ADA concerns. Also, city departments don't necessarily have the wherewithal to fix things right now and, patrol and lock and unlock things. It's going to come to an additional cost of the city to, look at the contract for security and redo that. Also, there's 130 Gilroy residents on file and petition that are in favor of keeping this locked. I have them here. They were also emailed to you all this morning. I would say let the numbers speak for themselves. We have 130 on record saying for the safety of all and the good of our community, keep the lots closed. And I just want to say in closing, I love Los Animas Park. I go there every day. I've seen the positive impacts, and I hope you choose public safety over opening the lots for convenient parking options. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis.
Joe?
Hello, everyone. I moved to Gilroy looking for community. I'm proud to say that I have found it here. I came from another state, didn't know anyone, and I've really found a home here. And I'm here today to talk about an issue that directly affects my community, my neighborhood, and my neighbors, the opening of Los Animas parking lots. We're talking about two small parking lots tucked away in single-family neighborhoods. Parking lots that are patrolled, that are under-patrolled, and a common venue for gang fights, drug deals, and my personal favorite, alcohol-fueled parties that last way into the morning hours. By opening these parks, we'll destroy the safety of our neighborhood. We'll give an easy access to criminals to an area tucked away and forgotten by the Public Safety Department, who we know are already understaffed and stretched extremely thin. This is a serious concern for everyone who lives in my neighborhood. It may be a slight inconvenience for people using the facilities for a few hours, but the people who live in these neighborhoods, it presents a danger to the families and to the children that use our park. I ask that you keep these parking lots closed and safe. I also suggest that you look into transitioning these parking lots into usable space for the community. I think that that'd be much more beneficial for everyone involved and all the park users. So I'd like to say thank you and have a nice afternoon.
Thank you.
Shannon, followed by Skip.
Good evening. I am Shannon Glasper. I am a homeowner at Wayland Court. So our house faces the park. This is not a matter of ADA compliance. This is not a matter solely of ADA compliance. It's about convenience versus burden. And the burden is on the families that live in the houses that have to witness the illicit behavior that happens. We are talking about 2 or 3 times a week that tennis players, users of the park come and they're inconvenienced, not eliminated. Their parking spaces are available. There's other parking areas. We're not talking about taking access away from the park, but I want you guys, I challenge you all to think about the burden we have versus the slight inconvenience people have to visiting the park. They get a chance to come, play tennis, and go home and not be left with the illicit behavior that we have long-standing way after they leave from their tournaments, from their tennis matches, from baseball in the park. We live there. I have no intention on moving. It's my home. I have great equity in my home, and I'm staying. So my challenge to you is to consider what outweighs the most. Your inconvenience for a day, for a few hours, or my inconvenience as a homeowner who has to live here and deal with what my neighbor Joe spoke about, the illicit behavior. My neighbor's kids who find hypodermic needles in their yard because they toss it over the fence from the cars that they're sleeping in. If there was an opportunity for the police to have staff and money to be able to patrol, it probably would not be an issue. I also ask that you, when you're making this consideration, go to the data that you have, take a look at how many police calls were made prior to the park being closed to what it is today. I'm pretty sure that data is available, maybe not at the extent that you're hoping for, but it's there. So take our testimony as well as the data to help you make that informed decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
Skip, followed by Jackson, and then Ron.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for letting us have a speak. My name is Skip Bloom, and I also live on Wayland Court, and I'm also burdened by the activity that happens in that parking lot. The Wayland Lane parking lot at Los Animas Park was closed a couple years ago because it was used as a meeting and hangout spot for teenagers and young adults, which is what the park is for, but not the parking lot. It was the partying, the loud noise, and the nighttime get-togethers that made the park more of an annoyance than an asset. I love the park. I feel it should be open to everybody, but the rudeness and lack of consideration by so many people who use the Wayland Lane parking lot as a hangout, a place to play their music as loud as they wanted, a place to drink alcohol and do drugs without any consideration of the families living or playing nearby. The City Council voted to lock the gate to the parking lot for some very specific reasons: noise, trash, camping, and the quality of life for the neighborhood. Let me ask you, what has changed? What has been done to change, improve, or eliminate our concerns? Nothing. Nothing has changed. Nothing is going to change. It's still the same park with the same problems. Having a Gilroy police officer drive through the parking lot once or twice a day or night is not going to change the negative aspect that this parking lot brings to the neighborhood. Since the parking lot was closed a few years ago, the quality of our lives have improved for our neighborhood. No more loud music, large groups of cars and people congregating playing loud music, fighting, partying. Our neighborhood is a nicer, quieter, and safer place to live. It's been a substantial and significant difference. The burden of the open parking lot should not be on the neighborhood. Please consider the neighbors in the neighborhood when making this decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Skip.
Jackson, followed by Ron and Araceli.
Good afternoon. So just a couple minutes ago, I decided I want to talk about this, so if I'm not fully prepared for this, I apologize. I want to start off with a personal anecdote about life before that we close the parking lots. Before we close the parking lots, nightly, I would have to walk the dogs. It would often have to be a quick sprint there and back, trying to just get my dogs to pee quickly due to the lack of safety that I would have when I was in the parking lots. I understand that some people may want to have these parking lots open, but it's not a need, especially when you compare it to the lack of safety that many people in the area have. Shannon was talking about the kids who had to see needles, or had to find needles. They live right next to the parking lot. There's a singular gate with very wide areas that people can throw things through or anything. It's a large safety hazard for me, my family, and everyone else in the area, just due to somebody wanting to play tennis in the area sometimes. This isn't a real problem that we need to open the gates. It's a problem of keeping people safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Ron is next.
Hello, Mayor, community. Carla, doesn't she have beautiful eyes? Those are beautiful blue eyes, aren't they? I liked what she had to say, that, I'm listening to both sides, and I believe that there's a happy medium. We can mitigate both their issues. We need parking, but we also need to figure out how to deal with the issues that these people have to suffer. Obviously, that's going to be an issue of the police, so we'll have to deal with that. But I think we should open it up and do what it takes and figure out how to make these people's livelihood, quality of life good. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron.
Araceli, followed by Alicia.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Araceli Vaquera, and I am here today to advocate for the ongoing safety of Las Animas Veterans Park and its surrounding areas. I have provided you all via email with the history of what led to the closures of the parking lots, as well as with the petition with the signatures of Gilroy residents advocating for the continued closure of the parking lots. If the City Council members were to move forward with the vote to reopen the parking lots, then I trust as a resident and as a mother that you, as city servants, will ensure the safety of every resident who frequents and/or lives in the surrounding areas. I trust you will also consider the park hours, currently 6 a.m. to 11 p.m., the increased noise levels, the traffic throughout the surrounding neighborhood, and other safety concerns. I also trust you will do so considering the fiscal impact this will have on the city budget. As a resident who lives on the corner of Hannah Street and Arnold Drive, my other request for you today is for the gate located in that specific area to be moved out approximately 40 feet closer to the corner, but allowing enough space for city vehicles to park and other vehicles if needed without blocking the intersection. Moving the gate out towards the street will discourage the congregation of cars and people in the dark cul-de-sac. I sent you the picture. There's absolutely no lighting in the Hannah parking lot and right outside. I appreciate your time, and again, I trust you will keep the safety of the residents in mind when you submit your vote tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alicia?
Hello, good evening, Mayor and council members. I just wanted to come speak on this item in regards to a couple things. The safety of the community members that live around the park. As a reminder, you all represent every citizen in Gilroy. We have not redistricted yet, so every one of you represent each citizen that lives in this community. And so the safety and well-being of the citizens that live around this park that have to lay their heads at night in their houses, in their homes, I just really want you to consider their safety and the fact that our captain has stated that we just don't have the capacity, safety-wise, to patrol the park. And by the Public Works Director's definition of what this, or scope of our security company, it really didn't sound like the security company is doing much or keeping log of incidents that are happening at this park. So that's the safety aspect that I'd like you all to consider. And I've seen it firsthand. One of my son's best friends lives close to the park, and dropping him off or picking him up, I've seen the activity firsthand of drunk drivers driving, hitting the barricades, and it's unsafe. And I think until we can address the root cause of these issues, I'd like to see those gates stay closed. I've also, the ADA issues, if we're not in compliance and something does happen there, the city's going to be held liable for those. And ADA lawsuits, it's a big deal. So I'd like to see us hold off, what's the rush, wait till the recreation assessment's complete, and then take a look at this item again. Thank you.
I have no further speakers.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go first to Councilmember Hilton.
Thank you. So thank you all for coming out and speaking tonight, and for that petition that you submitted as well. I agree with the Parks and Recreation Commission recommendation. I watched that meeting, and in keeping the lots closed. I think that depending on what happens tonight, this group needs to play a role in the Parks Master Plan that's coming up. I know you all are active in the Parks and Rec Commission, and make sure that you show up and play a role in that. They're going to be outside the council chambers trying to seek feedback for that as well. I do agree with what the Public Works Director said, that, waiting for the pickleball activation, we need to be able to see that. I would not like to see us move to a direction of repurposing these parking lots for something else, because there may be a good use for it. As we all know, sometimes, good positive activations like that can bring good traffic and keep the bad traffic out. And then, I agree with what many of the people said, that this is not preventing anybody to access the park. So I would, just want to put a heavy emphasis to staff that, we allow for tennis tournaments, event permits, as we do with other parks, if they need the space, to open up that space during that time. Thank you.
Councilmember Fugazzi.
So first of all, this is obviously a two-sided issue, and I completely understand those in the neighborhood having an improved experience. Clearly, not having people drive to the park, just to begin with, as you said, decreased traffic, is going to be an improved experience. So I can understand how it's definitely gotten better. One particular person said, what changed? What's going to change now? I don't know exactly if anything will change in the outcome, but I do know that we do have a change in the city. We have a different set of electeds. We have a different city administrator. We have a new police chief. And I believe Carla was the one who, way more succinctly than I could say it, said it the best way I could if I could, which is, this is a city asset that was set up a certain way, where many people moved into the community knowing that this particular parking lot was there. And if there is not the activities that you're talking about, meaning the illegal activities, the traffic or the additional use of those parking lots should not play into it. I think that, if we had 6 months to take a look at this and see what exactly would happen in the current environment, and we get that same kind of activity again, I'm all about closing them down, and ultimately finding out if this is something that just needs to be taken out permanently and it's not an asset. But as long as something is an asset for the city to look at, the idea that we're going to, because we can't ensure safety there or what have you, just shut that whole thing down rather than try to figure out how we can solve that problem is not the answer for me. And likewise, if we are going to, shut down one or the other, or open one or the other, I think that they both come together. It's not one or the other. It definitely is something that should get looked at when we have this master plan looked at. But, for me, at this point, I'd like to give the current administration, the current police chief, the new directions, all of what he over there is hearing from all of you in the community a chance to say, hey, I got some other ideas. Maybe we can put something in there like cameras. Maybe we can really enforce things different. Maybe COVID made this a lot worse in those last couple of years than it will be with those changes. So that's pretty much where I stand on this one.
Thank you. Councilmember Ramirez.
So I'm going to take it a step further than Fugazi and Carla. Again, great job. We've a couple of things, you know, in addition to the points that Councilmember Fugazi made in terms of new leadership all around. We are a council that has placed economic development as a priority. We are also a council that works together to find solutions. We're a solutions-based council. And, you know, when this came onto the agenda, I took my grandson out to Las Animas Park, and I thought, man, I miss this. My kids used to go to park and rec programs when they were little out there. And walking around in that park, it's, in my opinion, the most beautiful park that we have in Gilroy. It is truly an asset. And I think investing in that asset to make it an even better asset is something that we can add to, you know, one of the shining areas that we have that the city has to offer. And it ties into the economic development, but it also ties into, I would rather see a bunch more people out there enjoying this park. It is a beautiful park. And I am not opposed if, for whatever reason, we're short-staffed on public safety, that we cannot address the concerns brought forth, shut it back down. You know, I am not opposed to that. But I think that it is an asset that I would love to see some tree trimming and, you know, a little bit of money put into it to make it look appealing and bring the right people there to enjoy it. That's my thought.
Councilmember Klein.
Yeah, I tend to agree with what Councilmember Hilton talked about. We're not at a point right now of making a decision tonight to open this open these two parking lots up again. Talk about the planning, or excuse me, the Parks and Rec Committee, they recommended not opening it. And I line up with that at this moment. Yes, we do have a new city administrator. Yes, we do have a new police chief. It's going to take time for them to acclimate themselves and to look at the issues with this, both for the community's interest on both sides of this matter. So I'm not comfortable doing that at this time, and I don't feel like we have to do that at this time. And I'd say to the Gilroy Tennis Club, tap in with the city and see if you can have that open for specific events. And that, again, that's something that you'd have to work out with the city administrator and with staff on that issue. And that's where I kind of fall on this.
Thank you. Councilmember Marks.
I cannot, you know, argue with any of the residents over what happened. During COVID, it was a mess over there, and the tennis club knew that. Back in the early 2000s, we had a serious problem in that parking lot. But the city administrator at that time and the chief of police at that time got together, and they cleared that problem up in 3 weeks. Their presence was there all the time. They were arresting people left and right. The message went out saying, if you're going to have unruly behavior, we're going to arrest you and make your life really miserable. And it worked. And then COVID came along, and everything fell apart because we did not have people here that did their jobs. I'm going to reiterate what my two comrades up here have said. We have a new city administrator, we have a new chief of police. And we would really like to see what they can do to help bring things back to order in the park. The bad behaving person should never win, because if that's how we run our city, we're not going to have anything here. We have to send a message out. And I personally, I would like to see those two parks opened up, or parking lots opened up. But personally, I would want to hear from you immediately if there were issues going on. You call me, you get in touch with me, you email me, because we do not want to tolerate any of this bad behavior. We have to send a message that our citizens have a right to go and enjoy everything in this city. Our residents should enjoy where they live and the peacefulness. Those homes were built before some of you have moved in, and those residents did not have to suffer from some of this bad behavior. It fell apart 5 years ago, and it's been a long time in coming back. So I would definitely love to see it as a trial basis. And when we say trial, I'm not talking 6 months, I'm saying maybe 2 or 3 months. You know, let's see what happens, and let's do this on a month-to-month. And if nothing improves, first of all, I would hope there would be a lot of arrests over there, and send a message to the people that are causing the problems. But definitely, we would want to help you out as citizens.
Councilmember Bracco.
I came in tonight thinking the parking lot should be open. But I'm not willing to spend any money on fixing these parking lots because we don't have the money to spend. And it's going to take, they need to be totally redone, and then you throw in the ADA stuff, and we're going to be spending a lot of money. And I don't believe that our city is at a place that it has really changed since we closed them. I remember the pictures that you sent us over and over again, the phone calls from you. And that was before COVID, wasn't it?
No, it was.
Yeah. So I don't blame the problems on COVID. And I would like to see it opened, you know, just during the day, on the weekends. That's it. When the park's being used more, and the Little League and soccer and everything's going on, I think that's when we would need a little more parking. And that's the only way I would approve this. Thank you.
Okay, I'll have some comments here, and then I'm going to start asking for some action on this. One thing that comes to mind is about a year ago, we had a group of folks that came in here and that were very, very, very concerned about when we removed the 6 in Prince Valley Island that had been in Gilroy for 40 years, right? And everyone that came in was absolutely positive that their property values were going to go down and that traffic was going to increase in their neighborhood and there was going to be problems by removing that. And since that we removed that island, here at the city, we've never heard from anybody in that neighborhood because those problems didn't happen, right? Because the city made some changes to make sure that they didn't happen. So not only did they take out the island, but they posted some speed limit signs. They put the speed limit monitor out there, the trailer, to remind the public that as you come through this neighborhood, that you have to obey the laws. And so I'm going into this conversation with that lens, is that it's very difficult for me to see, like some of my other council members here said, that we have a public asset and that we are allowing it to be closed based on the bad behavior of a few people. And I'm also hearing and agreeing with folks is that just like when we did this, we removed this island, the city has to do whatever it needs to do to make sure that these public parking spaces do not become a problem. And if they do, then we will ask for updates and we will make a change so that these do not become a problem. So that's where I stand on this. So it sounds like here we have a pretty divided council. So I'm going to turn it over to Councilmember Marks.
To entertain a motion?
Hold on one second.
Okay, go ahead.
So sorry, since he has a quick comment.
It's a quick question for staff because it'll come into the motion I might make if I can.
Sure.
Opening and closing at dusk and dawn, right? Is that not something that staff can do because it's still near staff hours, or it would have to be done by the security company for those 2 lots?
Yeah, our operations staff is not around at dusk, especially this time of year. It gets fairly late, so we would contract that work.
And do you have any idea on cost for that?
I'm going to say security's for us is in the $50, $60 an hour. So we're probably looking at a 4-hour charge for that. And so a couple hundred bucks
Per day.
per day to make it happen.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions, comments? All right, so what I'm hearing here, Councilmember Marks, is that there's some support, some not support.
Well,
I'm
I'm
also
gonna
hearing
try and
about
make a
some
motion.
reduced hours, so why don't you,
All right, I'm going to try and do a motion here. Let's, on a trial basis, let's go ahead and reopen the Wayland and Hannah parking lots for Friday, Saturday, and Sunday from 7 o'clock in the morning to 9 o'clock at night on a trial basis. If there are any problems that cannot be rectified, then the lots be permanently closed.
okay, so if I understand correctly, I have a motion on a trial basis to open the Hannah and Wayland Street parking lots on Friday, Saturday, Sunday from 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. Do I have a second?
Can I have specificity on what it means by trial basis and problems?
That doesn't mean the neighbors get to go out there and raise heck to get these closed.
But on a trial
Okay, but
basis-
Okay, problems, you want to know what problems
Well,
are?
I mean, are we going to reevaluate here at council in 3
think-
months
I think
and then
we
make a
should.
decision on open, close permanently? Or how is this, because if I have that clarity, then I can support or not support.
Okay.
Why don't you
No, I
ask for
think
it to
we
come
should.
back in 3 months from staff?
Yes.
Okay,
Coming back in 3 months to hear about staff, from staff.
okay. So if I hear it right, I have a motion on trial basis to open it on Friday, Saturday, Sunday from 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. With a reevaluation from staff back to council in 3 months.
I'll second that.
Okay, roll call, please.
Councilmember Bracco?
No.
Councilmember Klein?
No.
Councilmember Fugazi?
Yes.
Councilmember Hilton?
No.
Councilmember Marks?
Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez?
Yes.
Mayor Bozo?
Yes, motion passes 4-3. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you for all your public input. It's a great discussion. Okay, moving on.
Closing the gate. Who's closing the gate? How do we find that out?
You want to meet her?
How do we address what's going to happen? All right, John, you meet it.
Okay, moving on to item number 8.2. Could you guys take the conversation into the foyer, please? Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Moving on to item number 8.2, introduction and first reading of an ordinance amending Chapter 30, Article 2, and 19, thank you very much. I need my glasses. Of the Gilroy City Code relating to tobacco retailers and smoke shops. Take it away, Michael.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, Council, Gilroy residents. My name is Michael Fasadi. I'm the planning manager for the city of Gilroy. I want to remind the council that this is a discussion about amending the zoning code regarding smoke shops and tobacco retailers. We won't be discussing tobacco retailer permits. That'll happen later on this evening. But just want to make sure everyone's clear. I'd love to give a little bit of a background. In recent years, the city has seen a significant rise in smoke shops in our commercial corridors. And in response to those community concerns, the city council directed staff to identify ways to control that growth. Staff recommended an urgency interim ordinance prohibiting new tobacco retailers, as allowed in other California cities, to protect health, welfare, and safety. City council directed staff's recommendation and approved 4 urgency ordinances between late 2025, early 2026. Because those ordinances were temporary, council directed staff to propose a more permanent regulation, which brings us to today's discussion. So staff came with a number of proposed code updates. The 2 updates specifically was to add a definition. Previously, or as of now, the city does not have a definition for the word smoke shop or the use itself. And if the council does approve that smoke shop use, we would add that into our commercial use tables and regulate or restrict smoke shops in our commercial corridors as well as our other zoning districts. Let me see if I can explain it to you really fast. First, the definition of smoke shop, we followed criteria from a number of other different cities,
and found that this establishment structure and facility definition was most appropriate. It pretty much defines what smoke shops are, and at least staff's belief. It's consistent with other cities in the state of California. We also added that use into our commercial tables. And just for clarification, if people were to wonder, the way the city uses commercial tables is if you ever want to open up a business, can ask the city, hey, I'd like to open up a restaurant. Where am I allowed to put it? This table shows where you can put that restaurant in a number of different commercial areas. You'll see the smoke shop would be added to that table, and it would not be allowed in any commercial zoning districts. Furthermore, the smoke shop definition would have a footnote. If you follow that footnote down, it would also state that the smoke shops are not allowed in any commercial zoning districts, as well as any other zoning districts, prohibiting it from industrial, residential, or any other mixed-use zoning districts. The proposal does meet as general plan consistency. It is consistent with many of the land use goals of the 2040 general plan. And the Planning Commission reviewed the proposed ordinance and approved it, recommending City Council adopt this ordinance. As with any zoning ordinance, we had to do public outreach. As of creating this presentation, I had one notice from a group in support of the ordinance. As of today, we had 4 other comments. We have two comments. I have it here. 2 members from the California Fuels and Convenience Alliance were asking for modifications to the definition, increasing the size of percentage from 15% to 25%. And we had another comment in support of the ordinance. With that stated, staff is asking the City Council to recommend the following. Determine the proposed ordinance as statutorily exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. A motion to read the ordinance by title only and waive further reading of the ordinance, and introduce the ordinance amending Chapter 30, Article 2, and Article 19 of the Gilroy City Code. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you for your time.
Councilmember Fugazi.
So would a high-end cigar shop near a high-end hotel be considered a smoke shop?
Could you define high-end?
Okay, so you're selling $25 cigars, you're selling cigarillos, you're selling pipe tobacco, and you're 600 square feet, and 80% of it is used with humidors and cigars and nice little seats to sit in and whatnot.
Okay, no, thank you for that. Per the definition, it says any establishment, structure, facility, or stand that devotes more than 15% of either gross floor area or display area to retail sales, display marketing, bartering, trading, or exchange of any combination of tobacco, tobacco products, or tobacco paraphernalia, stating that cigars are a tobacco-related product, it probably would.
So if I had a 1,500-foot storefront, right, and I committed the front 225 square feet of it to all sorts of vaping and beautiful tobacco products and everything, and put, I don't know, piñatas in the back, it wouldn't qualify, or 224, sorry, square feet.
Under that 15% rule?
Yeah.
It would not be defined as a smoke shop.
Right, so we could still have quote-unquote smoke shops, right, downtown and other places. They just wouldn't exactly fit your definition of a smoke shop.
Well, it's your definition of a smoke shop. It's the council's definition. And if the council would like to see that definition be changed,
well, you recommended it. That's why, I mean, staff recommended this, so that's why it's not mine yet.
That was based on feedback that we gave them, correct? That's based on feedback we gave them. But your points are well taken.
Yeah. So the part of the support that I saw in this was for the 2040 master plan, right? That you had a bunch of points such as we want to do this because we don't want a lot of unregulated smoke shops in town, crazy signage, various things of this nature. That's what some of the supporting information, right?
Right, the 2040 general plan. Yeah, in order to do a zoning amendment, staff has to find policies from the 2040's general plan that are consistent with the proposed amendment. So yes.
So that kind of like the snake chasing its own tail a little bit. If you don't regulate smoke shops in town correctly, then they become unregulated smoke shops, and then you're saying that's why we can't have smoke shops because they're unregulated. That was part of the reasoning.
That's
that was
a rhetorical
in there.
question.
No, but I'm saying that is your reasoning, is that you guys can't regulate the smoke shops well, so there'll be a lot of unregulated smoke shops, so therefore we shouldn't have smoke shops in town?
You got to ask, yes, you have to ask a real question.
That is a question.
I know, but I think he's sort of answered it.
So
The answer could be yes.
If I could interject a little bit and provide maybe a little bit of help. So I think what you're asking is, have we adequately managed the smoke shops in the past? And I think that the clear answer is there's plenty of room for us to have done better in the past, and we're committed to doing better in the future.
So
the question before the council today is, one, do we provided a definition of smoke shop? Does that resonate with the council? Is that a good definition of smoke shop? Over and above any other question that we've asked. Following up with that, we've asked, do we want to prohibit smoke shops in Gilroy by not including them in any land use? And that's that chart with the check boxes that has no checkbox for smoke shops. The council could decide that they do indeed want to allow them, and they could choose one of these boxes that are on the screen right now, and tell us that you would like to permit them in this particular area, and you would like us to regulate them appropriately, and we would take that direction and move forward with it.
Okay. So signage was one of them that was on there. That garish signage is one of the reasons why. And so therefore we can't regulate garish signage on buildings. So smoke shops have garish signage, so therefore we don't want smoke shops in town. Neon signs are on smoke shops, and so we don't want smoke shops in town. So we're going to, anyway, sorry, it is rhetorical. You can cut me off for now, and I'll let you go.
I'm going to see if I have any other questions before we get back to your rhetorical questions.
I have a question. So speaking of what he was talking about, are we allowed to regulate where the 15% can go inside the store?
Yes, you're allowed to regulate the percentage, the definition.
Not the percentage, the location of the percentage. Can we not allow the 15% smoke shop to be in the storefront? Can we regulate it that it not be prohibited in the front? Can we do that as a city?
So there's a lot of things that you could put in the code, whether they're easily enforceable or easy to manage. I mean, you run the risk of creating a bar that we can't keep up with.
Thank you.
Further questions? All right, let's go to public comment.
Brian, followed by Maya and Ezra.
Oh, sorry. Instead of saying public comment, I should say open the public hearing. Thank you, and thank you. Go ahead. Sure, 3 minutes. Sure.
Okay. Hi, good evening, Mayor and council members and city staff. My name is Brian Lamb, and I'm here on behalf of the California Fuels and Convenience Alliance. We represent independent gas station and convenience store operators throughout the state, including here in Gilroy. And I'm just here tonight to express some concerns with the definition as stated in the draft ordinance. As you've seen in the definition, it states that 15% of either gross floor space or display area, any business that devotes such to retail sale, display, marketing, bartering, trading, or exchange of any combination of tobacco, tobacco products, or tobacco paraphernalia will be considered a smoke shop. And we just have some concerns, 3 mainly, with this definition. And I would like to just open up by saying, we support you tackling the issue of smoke shops, because it is a proliferation of unregulated smoke shops that does harm the youth today. And we do support the council's direction to take action on the subject. And that's not up for debate here. It's just the definition is what we're trying to go after here. First one is, as was mentioned, 15% of display area is enough to exempt many stores, but unfortunately, it does not, it gets a little too close for comfort for some of them. So that is our first concern. Second one is the use of the either gross floor space. That kind of leaves ambiguity, kind of, as was mentioned, it's like, do you include backstock areas, hallways? Like the gross floor space just leaves ambiguity there and kind of leaves subjectivity up to enforcement. And the third concern is, while, like I said, 20%, 25% will be enough to exempt most convenience stores, some retailers do opt for a kiosk-style service station that is super small, and that would be classified as a smoke shop under this ordinance. We're just asking that kiosk service stations be exempt from the ordinance because they're very obviously not smoke shops. They have other products as well. Tobacco is, part of that inventory, but it is not the entire picture. So our three asks are to increase the threshold to 20 to 25% and explicitly exclude any non-customer accessible areas such as backstock areas, hallways, offices, the forecourt of stores, exclude all of that from the calculation. And lastly, to exempt kiosk service stations. Thank you for your time and consideration, and if you have any questions, my email is on the speaker's card, and I'm happy to provide guidance and comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Maya, followed by Ezra, and then Jay.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Maya. I'm 13 years old and I attend Solorzano Middle School. I am speaking on agenda items 8.2 and 9.1 regarding tobacco retailers and smoke shops. I support stronger restrictions on flavored tobacco products because these products are specifically appealing to young people. In Santa Clara County, the average age that students first try tobacco products is just 14 years old, and more than 83% report that the first product they used was a vape. Flavors like candy, fruit, and mint make these products seem less harmful and make it easier for young people to start using them. The reality is that all tobacco products contain nicotine, which is highly addictive and can harm adolescent brain development. As a young person in this community, I ask you to support stronger protections that prevent the tobacco industry from attacking the next generation of users. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ezra and Jay.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Ezra. I'm 16 years old, and I attend Christopher High. I'm speaking on agenda items 8.2 and 9.1 regarding tobacco retailers and smoke shops. I support these proposed changes because prevention matters. According to the CDC, nearly 9 out of 10 adults who smoke started before the age of 18. That means if we want to reduce tobacco use, we need to focus on protecting young people before the addiction begins. I support buffer zones around youth-sensitive areas and community centers because young people should not constantly be exposed to tobacco and vaping products where we spend our time. I believe these changes can help create a healthier future for youth in Gilroy. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
JR, followed by Leo.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, council members. My name is Leo, and I'm a student here in Gilroy. I want to bring together the key facts and make a direct ask of this council. The evidence is clear. The average Santa Clara County student first tries tobacco at the age of 14. 83.8% start with the vape. 89.1% of youth tobacco use in California involves flavored products. Nicotine is toxic to developing brains. Tobacco is the leading cause of preventable death in this country, and smoking costs California over $43 billion a year. Tonight, Gilroy has a real opportunity. The state's flavored tobacco law has exemptions for hookah lounges and cigar bars, but there are none in Gilroy. That means a local ban here would have 0 loopholes. Add to that a strong smoke shop definition at 15% floor space, stronger than a state's 20% plus real buffer zones around schools plus enforcement fees that actually fund inspections under item 9.1. Together, these measures in item 8.2 and 9.1 can keep Gilroy's youth protected. Please vote yes. We're counting on you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have no further speakers.
All right. Okay, I'll bring it back to council. Councilmember Hilton?
I would love to go back and forth with you a little bit, Councilmember Fugazi, because I know you wrote down what he talked about, and I don't think we got a letter, so I'm not very familiar with the language, but I'll start with this. I think that we've sent a clear message that we don't tolerate those illegal smoke shops anymore. This council has. We've been repeating it. We had someone who tried to come before us and say, that, I won't even go into that, but we gave him a 1-year suspension. That was huge. The police department's funded now specifically for, to do stings and buys and all those other terms that they have. So what I don't want to do with this, that I am concerned right now, is that, we're gonna start closing off businesses that we would want here, like Circle K got caught up in it. So I am willing to try to see if we can, try this out for a certain period, maybe increase the percentages, include some of the stuff that he talked about, or whatever else you say. But I think we definitely need to walk out of here defining a smoke shop. I think that would be helpful. So I'm interested to hear your feedback. And like I said, if we want to go up to 25% or 30%, I think that we can do that and take a look at this. And if for some reason it doesn't work, we can always bring it back and change it.
So I think, more, oh, sorry, go ahead. I didn't see you, so go ahead.
I don't consider, the local mini mart gas station that also sells cigarettes, I don't consider that a smoke shop. So I would like to see us define it better. Maybe go by gross sales, a percentage of their sales that's tobacco related. Maybe use that as a guide rather than size, because some of the gas stations, I guess, it's got a little cubicle out there that the attendant sits in. Thank you.
Councilmember Fugazi.
So I think this is a common problem that happens in government, which is where you're trying to dig in and find a way and regulate things that already have a way to be regulated, and the market regulates them for you, okay? And so first and foremost, you have, how many smoke shops did we have a year and a half ago? 8, you said, I think? And we have, how many now? 1? Okay, so what changed in that time frame? I think it's because we started to take a look at what it is to run a smoke shop. And right now, when you look at the numbers for youth, I just actually looked it up again, and it's any number is a concern, but 1.2% currently use tobacco products. If you include vape, it's 7%. It's the lowest it's ever been. It's not the same thing it used to be as a public health issue. It needs to be addressed. There's no doubt that it's an issue. But if you regulate these businesses the way that they're supposed to, there's only going to be like 5,000 smokers in all of Gilroy. If all they're selling is tobacco products, it's going to be very hard for them to have 14, 16 of these, 18 of these across the city and still be in business. So long as you let them sell magic mushroom candy bars and tropical fruit this and all of these other things, you're giving them a way to make money. I think that we are on the right path now, thankfully to all of us up here. I think very much similar to what we talked about with the parking lots and many other things. We have a different council, we have different administration, we have a different commitment to be able to look at all of the zoning laws, all of the rules that we have, and see what comes out of it. If you have a garish a business of any type that happens to be downtown, it doesn't matter if they're selling cigarettes or not. It's garish. It's not good for business. It's not good for business development in the city. I'm just afraid that when you create any trap for how many percentage, first of all, it's a nightmare for staff to have to figure out what this is. Do they have 17% today, or do they have 18%? I would just like to say at this point, let's work on the next thing that we have, which is all of the TRP changes that we have, get them to work on it, punt this to another time, and see whether or not we still have a problem. That's what I would propose.
Additional comments? You okay with that at this point?
Yeah, I mean, that sounds fine to me. My question back to staff is, besides going down the road of what we were going down and the wanting to identify this, right, to put a name to it, you guys love that, right? Planners want that. We don't need that to operate today, right? I mean, yeah.
Correct. It really is the council's decision as a whole. We don't need that.
So this does fall back on us, and I mean, I would love to come to I agree with what you said, and I would love to come to a place to at least acknowledge that if this does start getting out of hand again or whatever, that obviously we tackle it. Staff report's already done, a recommendation's already been provided, but that we move on. Let basically table this.
If I may, through the chair, there was expediency from the council directly. We were proposing a year-long ordinance, and it got pushed to August 24th. So technically, as of today, we won't issue any tobacco retailer permits till August 24th. I just want to make sure that we're clear with that.
Yeah, that's fine, and we're already addressing that in the next item anyways, right? I mean, we're regulating the actual permit, not the land use part.
That is correct, yes. Thank you.
Is there any other that you can think of? Is there any other potential landmines, if you will, that you just, can you think of any? Or anybody else thinking of any?
It is, right?
Would there be a problem?
Yeah, in my opinion, we have all this coverage already in our code, and the new changes that you have, we'll get into this, are really good and really cover many of the concerns I had for smoke shops that, of those 8 that we had, we now have 1, them being able to try to get back into business and transfer it to other people, and all these other end arounds that they have, those are amazing additions to this, and it's just about keeping people honest to what they're supposed to follow. It's a real simple thing with a lot of this stuff, for me at least. Thank you.
Can I ask you that question? Okay. I'd like to pose that same question to our city attorney about any challenges with tabling this.
No, tabling it means we're not going to consider it further until it is taken off the table. And probably when it gets taken off the table, it'll be because there are some changes thought of in the definition, in which case it'll probably end up being a new ordinance anyway.
Okay.
So a motion to table it would not be harmful. It would be a proper way to dispose of this.
I'll move to table this.
And I'll second that.
Okay, so I have a motion to table item 8.2, and I have a motion by Councilmember Fugazi and a second by Councilmember Hilton to table item 8.2. Roll call, please. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Rocco?
Yes.
Councilmember Klein?
Yes.
Councilmember Fugazi?
Yes.
Councilmember Hilton?
Aye.
Councilmember Marks? Yes. Councilmember Ramirez?
Yes.
Mayor Bozo?
Yes, motion passes 7-0. Just a message for you kids who came in today. This is not a defeat for you guys. We all agree with you about the dangers with tobacco and things like that. We just took a different action, but that does not take our focus off. And as somebody mentioned earlier today about look how fast we have moved against the other smoke shops in Gilroy, and that will we'll continue to be working hard against tobacco. All right.
Mayor, I did miss a couple speakers from the last one that will be speaking on 9.1 since it's tobacco related.
Okay. Okay, and if I didn't say it, that motion to table passed 7-0. Okay. Okay, hopefully I'm on the right path here. We are moving on to item number 9.1, council direction on a draft ordinance amending Chapter 13 of the Gilroy City Code relating to tobacco retailer permits.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Council. This is a follow-up discussion item regarding, as mentioned, Chapter 13 of the Gilroy City Code for tobacco retail permits. Staff is seeking council direction before returning with a proposed ordinance for formal consideration, which will make sure we get an opportunity to get that feedback from council, make sure we're on the right path with these changes. So a brief background. This is an item that started with a council legislative agenda item and has moved on through conversation with the council at a couple different meetings in the past. Most recently with direction on May 4th to pursue including youth-sensitive areas with the same buffer zones that are enjoyed by schools, and then also reviewing the article to enhance a holistic review of the enforcement provisions for tobacco retailer permits. So youth-oriented facilities, the draft code language adds a definition, including public libraries, public parks and playgrounds, recreation facilities, youth centers, licensed childcare facilities, and preschools. Existing 1,000-foot buffer for schools would also apply to these locations and would limit the establishment of new tobacco retailers near places where children and families regularly gather. This is one provision where the grandfathering in or the legacy permits come into sharp focus because these are new prohibition areas that would be going into effect. Those businesses that are currently located there would be able to stay operating legally in those locations and would continue to do so under the current code provisions as long as it's arm's length transaction selling the business. This also has extra implications for whenever a new youth-oriented facility opens up and creates a new zone of prohibition, the same would apply. The draft code language expands operating requirements for tobacco retailers as part of the enforcement enhancements. Permitted retailers will be required to comply with applicable federal and state laws, refrain from selling illegal products, which are more clearly defined under the language being proposed, consent to inspections, and the denial of an inspection would be grounds to issue violation and proceed with enforcement action. And avoid chronic nuisance activity, which is also something that's being added, where continued issues with the property or that location can be considered in the suspension and revocation of permits. And then permit applications also need to identify all persons with control over business operations, not just the primary applicant. So enforcement specific to selling without a tobacco retailer permit, the code language would add tools to address those situations. Available force actions are on the screen here, including the agenda packet, but would include things as administrative citations, being able to apply those to special assessments to property for delinquent fines, nuisance abatement activities, restraining orders, and injunctive relief options. And then moving on to penalties, each violation of any permit requirement or other compliance agreement is a separate violation. So instead of saying, hey, you violated sign provisions, so here's your single citation, for every sign that violates, we would now charge that as a separate violation. So it gives a little bit bigger of a cudgel to entice compliance. Penalties would apply again to all permit violations rather than being limited to just youth sales. The code language is in the code currently. It really is focused on youth sales as a primary motivation for suspension of permits. This will expand to any violation. And the draft ordinance also authorized emergency summary suspensions when continued operations presents an immediate threat to public health, safety, and welfare, which again is a tool that we'll have to apply carefully if council wants to keep that tool in there, just because there is some legal liability for dealing with the summary suspensions and the deprivation hearings. And then it also prohibits sham transfers, so opportunities that may be used to evade enforcement by changing ownership just in name only. There's prohibitions in the proposed language that will allow us to have presumptive assumptions that if the staffing doesn't change or the primary ownership doesn't change, that it's not truly an arm's length transaction. So the overall enforcement approach, again, the ordinance, one change that we received from direction from council at the last check-in was not changing the departmental roles at this point. The regulating departments will still remain the same in their particular components, but there will be a much more coordinated effort among those departments to continue regulating those businesses. And to strengthen that coordination, the police department would convene minimum quarterly meetings of all the associated departments And then staff also plans to transition from multiple systems for permit management to a single permit management software solution that will allow us to see the same information on basically constantly refreshed and live. And then beginning next February, staff will commence annual updates to council on the reports on TRPs, including both the permits that were authorized and approved in the previous fiscal year, I'm sorry, not fiscal year, calendar year, and then as well as the permits that have been renewed for the then current year. So the staff's recommendations for council to provide direction on any changes to the draft ordinance or code language. Alternatives, council, of course, can modify the proposed enforcement approach, can look at revising the definition of youth-oriented facility if there's anything that wants to be adjusted there, and provide any other direction before staff prepares the ordinance to come back to council for consideration. Fiscal impact is minimal for a cost of ordinance advertising. No additional appropriations are needed. The next steps to be implementing what council's direction is tonight, commencing the public hearing and then finalizing an ordinance for final adoption. And then, of course, the annual report to council beginning in February each year. So this time, staff is seeking council direction in the two primary areas of the ordinance, the youth-oriented facilities and enforcement enhancement. That completes the presentation. I'm happy to field any questions.
Thank you, Bryce. All right, first will be Councilmember Ramirez and then Hilton.
Thank you. Bryce, I have two quick questions, and those are in the definitions, the red lines that you provided. On page 1, you talk, there is a part in there about chronic nuisance tobacco retailer, and then it talks about at which 3 or more qualifying incidents occur within any 24-month period. So where did that number 3 come from? Is that standard? Is that?
It's an amalgamation. So we looked at different ordinances that went through. 3 seems to be an acceptable number. So looking at things like Sacramento, Fresno, Stockton, have provisions similar to this one. The number varies. It's really whatever council's comfort is. 3 is a good opportunity as far as cautionary. And again, the key thing is that the 3 is any of those, so it can be a combination of them. So if they have a code violation on one day, unlawful sale of a tobacco product another, that's still 2 counts. So it can ratchet up pretty quickly, but at the same time, again, these are tools. So it's up to 3. There can be extenuating circumstances that can be considered on appeal of any action that may happen as well.
So the up to 3 infractions and then the 24-month, those are both fluid. Those can both be changed if we wanted to be more strict or something like that?
Yeah, so if more strict, it would have council having to do amendments here, so we can make that change. And again, one of the things is we'll implement this ordinance, but part of that report back to council is also going to be the success of whatever the final ordinance language is. If it's working, if there needs to be additional tweaks.
Okay.
To make sure that we're meeting the intents of council.
Okay, thank you. And then one other question, which was on page 16 of this, and it talked about under penalties, number 2, here it is, 2I, sales or possession of controlled substance. Would that include nitrous oxide by any chance, the controlled substance?
Let's see.
Or is it just tobacco related?
So I'm looking for here. Okay, so controlled substances would be kind of matching the definition. So this would be, again, as mentioned kind of before, it'd be more the methamphetamine, cocaine, the psilocybin that was mentioned earlier. Those would be the controlled substances. So typically things are on the Federal Register of Controlled Substances.
And nitrous
or the state of
oxide is not
California.
on there?
I don't believe it is, but I'd have to defer to the.
Okay.
No.
It's not. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Councilmember Fugazi. Councilmember Hilton.
Thank you. One of the decision points we wanted to have was we understood that the ultimate decision to revoke the TRP would come back to the city administrator, right? And there was a chance for us to maybe possibly give some criteria that this council would feel that we'd want to meet, no less than 1 year, no more than 2 or something like that. Where in here can we codify something like that?
As far as the provisions for suspensions and the lengths of time?
Yes.
Okay, so there's,
Not to take away the complete control of like the administrative hearing part, but to understand that this council, or every February something changes, this council feels that it should, no matter what you come up with, a minimum of a year, max of like 2 years or something. So they have a window to work from rather than subjectively no window at all.
yeah, so the provisions would be under 13.78, civil penalties, suspension or revocation of permits. Page 15 of the attachment itself. So you're looking at section beginning at the bottom with where it says penalties shall be as follows, the new red line text about halfway down. And start with A, B, and C. These set up the kind of timeframes, the amount of civil penalties, and as well as the suspension timeframes that are mentioned. So the city may suspend, for example, under section A, the first violation. In addition, the city may suspend the tobacco retail permit for a period of no less than 30 calendar days. The next one would be 60, no less. So, so if you're going to set like a maximum or just that range, that needs to change.
Okay, so, all right. Thank you. That'll be one of my discussion points I wanted to have.
Councilmember Fugazi.
Do you have a map of the areas that this would cover if we are going to choose the way that you've defined the youth-oriented facilities?
We don't yet. So we wanted to get clear definition about what's included, make sure this is the list before we engage.
That's kind of that's kind of cart and horse kind of a situation to understand that, because the concern that I have is if there are a lot of those and they overlap with 1,000 feet of every kind of logical commercial space that we have, then it becomes problematic as far as business development in the city. So it's hard to make a judgment on it without seeing what the implication is. And what I would say is that, okay, great, you have different ways that we would look at it. If it's 1,000 feet, if it's 500 feet, if it's, why do we have preschools and childcare centers even possibly on there? They're not out, smoking up the vapes. So, yeah, I get that it sounds great, but we're really worried about youth and youth access to this, not necessarily 8-year-olds. And so I have a real concern just about now grabbing the whole city's commercial area, because we have small preschools and small, daycare centers or what have you here and there. So without being able to see it, it's hard for me to make a judgment.
Gotcha.
Further questions? Okay, we can move to public comment.
Alina and Emily, followed by Joanna.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Emily. I'm 15 years old, and I'm attending online school.
My name is Alina. I am 15 years old, and I attend Christopher High.
I'm speaking on agenda items 8.2 and 9.1 regarding tobacco retailers and smoke shops. I support local restriction on flavored tobacco products because it gives Gilroy the opportunity to prevent future problems before they happen.
State law still allows some exceptions from flavored tobacco products sold in places like hookah lounges and cigar lounges. Right now, Gilroy does not have those businesses. This is a perfect opportunity to close those loopholes before they become an issue in our community.
By taking action now, Gilroy can send clear message that protecting your youth health is more than important than protecting the sale of flavored tobacco products.
I encourage you to continue strengthening these regulations and helping create a healthier future for young people in Gilroy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joanna?
Hello? Okay. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Joanna. I am 13 years old, and I attend South Valley Middle School. I am speaking on the agenda item 8.2 and 9.1 regarding tobacco retailers and smoke shops. I want to focus on accountability. I appreciate that city staff is recommending a stronger definition of a smoke shop by using a 50% threshold instead of the state's 20% standard. I also encourage the city to ensure they are equitates fees to support enforcement. Polices only work when they are enforced. Strong enforcement helps ensure retailers follow the law and help protect young people from harmful products. I encourage you to continue strengthening these regulations and investing in enforcement. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you.
Brian Lamb, followed by Ezra and Maya. Oh, go ahead, yeah,
Okay.
sorry.
Sorry, I was like, oh, I'm not allowed to speak
No,
again.
you're good.
Okay, sorry, hi. Good evening, again, long time no see. I just wanted to speak real quick on this item. In regards to the provisions specifically about the distancing from youth-oriented facilities and the license, or I guess the tobacco retail permit transfer. I guess to illustrate my point, I would just like to give you an anecdote based on one of my favorite spots. I represent members all over the state here in Gilroy as well, but I'm from Sacramento, California. In Sacramento, there is this establishment called Oak Park Market. It's a small gas station convenience store, and it's run by this lovely gentleman called John Louie. And Oak Park Market, I've seen him, it's been long before I've been honestly alive, but decades of blood, sweat, and tears poured into this store, creating these relationships with the residents. And he has also somehow turned it into a really good bang for your buck Chinese food spot. So if you're ever in Sacramento, go to Oak Park Market. But in his situation, if, let's say, Mr. Louie would want to retire, and this ordinance applied to him, he wanted to retire, but he had, let's say, a daycare center open up within 1,000 feet of him, and he had no friends, family, no next of kin that want to buy this business from him. He's just unable to sell the business with a tobacco retail permit. And like I said, that's not the entire point of the business, but that is a huge part of the business, and that majorly devalues a business. And in an industry where a majority of the operators, their sole retirement asset is their business, these provisions will be hurting the business. So I'm here to ask for gas stations and convenience stores to be exempt from the ordinance. And if the council insists on some sort of regulation, at least softening the distancing requirement, and also allowing license transfers via all legal means of transfers of ownership, given that the business location does not change. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Alicia?
Hello again. I just wanted to kind of echo what Councilmember Fugazi was saying. It would have been nice to have a list of all the defined recreation facilities, youth activities, something like that, and then maybe give an example of the 1,000 feet around that facility. I guess my concern is, given the hearing that happened earlier today, what happens to that, if their licenses, if they're not able to sell tobacco items for 12 months, and they're grandfathered in technically, but then you have a youth recreation facility within 1,000 feet, what does that look like? So I think there's a lot more work that needs to be done with the scope of this ordinance, but I'm happy that Gilroy's being proactive in looking at this. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Ron Kirkish?
Good evening again. I was just chatting with a friend over here. And something that I'd like to bring up is fires, cigarettes. There's a lot of fires that are caused by cigarettes in homes, in beds, and stuff like that. So that would be another reason to try to minimize the sales of cigarettes in our city. Thank you.
I have no further speakers.
Thank you. All right, I'll bring it back to council.
So,
Councilmember Ramirez.
I think this is all great insight. I mean, what a learning curve this is for me. I never studied tobacco quite so extensively. I think that, first of all, I want to thank council, a lot of work, and this is really in the right direction. I think that we all want to go in. I think Alicia and Councilmember Fugazi bring up
good points. I think it's a great start, but I think I would like to see, first of all, the map, and then perhaps a little bit of tweaking. I don't want to hurt an existing business, and I do not want to, in terms of not a smoke shop, but a convenience store, gas station type of business, especially if that business is their means of retirement. And so I just don't want to penalize, a good, hardworking business person.
Councilmember Klein?
Yeah, I would convey the same thing. Councilmember Bugazzi, as far as seeing a map first, we need the information, and that goes a long way to helping us get that and really be able to understand that, so.
Councilmember Fugazzi?
Yeah, obviously that to me is important, but I struggle with adding more restricted zones almost at all because, great comments from Brian, by the way, because it put something in my mind. I'm a super competitive person in business and whatnot. And I thought, like, wow, what a way to get the poor gentleman's business is to open up a small childcare facility about, 300 feet away from it, drive his business cost into the ground, buy it off of him, and then close the childcare facility. So there's a lot of unintended consequences when you do these things, and our government is full of unintended consequences everywhere. And I think we need to be really careful. Public schools, they're kind of permanent, more or less, right? Yeah, we get one here or there. But all of these daycare centers and preschools, and they come and go, and then now think about staff that has to review this, and when are they going to go out and do a survey of where they are, and then one pops up. It's a lot, and they already have a ton to manage overall. So I will say I'm really happy and satisfied with all the red lines that I saw in the text. And much credit goes to staff on this for that. The sham stuff that was in there, I was actually thinking about that. And then when I read through, I was like, look at that, they covered it. So, kudos to you guys for that. But I'd be glad to take another look at it, but I can tell you I have a lot of reticence in wanting to add more restricted zones just to do it.
Councilmember Hilton?
Yeah, one of the things that I was trying to bring up around the youth-oriented facilities was, this is good brainstorming, this is what I wanted to see, but I think that specifically we can call out certain youth centers and community centers that we know that are here in the community, right? And that's different, but that maybe that's more defined, right? And I know we could say who they are, and that might be easier for everyone to manage, right? Those are usually nonprofits that are doing it, so they're usually not a for-profit corporation that's playing weird business games. But that would also maybe give us the opportunity every February to go through it and look and see of what new community centers are being invested into the city. The only other change in here that I would like to see changed is the one about the period, for a period of no less than 30 calendar days. I'd like to see that be brought up to reflect on what we did today, where it's no less than a year. That would be my change. If we're not ready to make a decision on this tonight, the moratorium is through August 24th, the end of August. Maybe bring this back the first meeting in August. We already have a moratorium, so we have room to breathe. No?
You want to address it?
So, Mayor, a couple of items. One on the moratorium. So the timing for an ordinance to take effect is 30 days after adoption. So if we come back in August, it wouldn't be until September. So assuming the first meeting, it'd be 30 days after that the ordinance actually go into effect. So there would be a window of time where the moratorium is dropped, but the new code requirements haven't taken effect yet. So there's that slight subtle risk. And then I wanted to get clarification also on the 1 year, less than 1 year. Is that for the first offense? Is that maximum penalty on third offense? Basically, where does that land? Do you want to see 1 year, 2 years, 3 years? There's some variety there for direction. I just need to get clarified since there's three.
I would say first. I think it would be very clear, right, when someone decides to pull a permit and go through and talk to that state agencies and those other people to say, like, what's the regulations in Gilroy? It's don't mess up. You could get it pulled for a year. That would be my suggestion.
So a little clarification on that, does that, I'm totally with you if it's something like a controlled substance, right? But if for some reason the Zemos come into a store from a guy and says, "Phew," like, I would have a concern from doing that without having one, like, okay, dude, now you need to pay attention to this stuff, okay? Because the next one, you're really going to be gone. So it's clear that people in their business, as this council member said, you should be paying attention to what's required in your business. But people make mistakes, and you'd want to at least give them the opportunity to make a mistake. Then say, hey, this is it, and then you nail them hard. That's my opinion.
So would it be, so keep them the same in what, like after the second violation?
I'd be more comfortable with that than the first violation, I can tell you that. So I think my hope here, after this entire experience that we've gone through, is that staff really has gotten oh, this is something we need to pay attention to. And the amount of attention that's going to be paid to it, again, with the extra enforcement money and everything else, is going to be such that somebody will be checked, they're going to have a violation, and they're going to be on a short list to be rechecked. That would be my guess and my hope. And it'd be very clear when you have one of those people who is going to desire to really violate this thing repeatedly versus somebody who just, man, I made a mistake, and it's going to straighten them out. That's how I feel, at least.
So we've been talking over here a little bit, just a little interjection from Andy regarding a moratorium extension, because it seemed like for a moment that would be helpful. So let him have a comment on that.
The question was asked me whether we could, the moratorium that expires in August, that was based on one extension. The moratorium law allows 2 extensions, so we could do a second extension if we wanted to.
Would that make everybody feel more comfortable to define, see if we can be specific on the youth centers, define them? Staff knows probably who they are. And so we're not being, so we don't include a whole lot more like preschools and daycares and all that stuff you're talking about. And that would give us a chance to see that on a map, which I think is what people would like to see. And this gives us a little pause. It has been a lot. It's been a lot for staff. Thank you, staff, for putting all this together, and especially on your suggestions about having the management software and everybody have their real-time hands on that and be able to see that and bring this back every February. Thank you for doing that. But maybe that would give us all a little bit of pause. And
I also think that the suggestion on the gas station correlated convenience stores is probably an important one too, because it is, a C-store is a key component for gas stations, and there are many of them that if something were to pop up around it, or if there was some reason for it to not be able to be allowed to do that anymore, you'd evaporate the valuation of that business. And as far as the city is concerned too, you might completely get rid of a gas station that people like to have in the city because they can't operate without that.
And we've said that from the very beginning, that we're not.
We don't want to.
Right. And does that help you, Councilmember Ramirez, where you're saying you don't want to hurt existing business, is what you said? Okay. So is the guidance clear here to staff, or do you have any questions?
No, so it's, so what I have right now is look at extending the moratorium, mapping based on youth center type or youth sensitive facility type, review the gas stations that have ancillary tobacco sales, look at the enforcement provisions for our suspension timeframes, and come back with options for that.
Well, not options. Are we ready to make a decision on that tonight? Is that okay?
Well, we're getting guidance.
It's not a decision item.
Okay, got it. Sorry, Bryce.
As far as also your discussion point about having specific youth centers, what I would maybe suggest you look at is that there's some redefinition period for these so that they know they're explicit, as you said, right? And somehow or another, however the mechanism that you guys want to come up with, they're able to be defined and approved, and then they become one of those. So it's clear to know that a public school, a private school, God, we get it, right? But something else, right, has to be classified that way and has to be on a specific list in order to qualify for that. That's what I would think is the best way to handle that, so it's not popping up all over just on its own for them to try to chase around.
So yeah, if I could, just to summarize, so I think we'll take another crack at this based on the input that we got from the council tonight. We'll bring back in the early August timeframe an extension to the urgency ordinance so that that's in place, so that gives us time to move forward. We'll also bring back a revision on this so that you can provide input or move forward with this change in the ordinance as well.
Thank you. All right, great. Thank you, Bryce. Thank you. Great discussion, everybody. Moving on to item number 9.2, receive an update and provide direction on campaign finance laws, including contribution limits and voluntary expenditure limits.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Harjit Sangha. I'm going to be presenting the item before you, which is to receive an update and provide the direction on campaign finance laws, including the contribution limits and the voluntary expenditure limits. A little background on this: the campaign finance review item is included in the Council's work plan and the adopted budget. The city transitioned to a district-based election in 2025. The Council has District 4, 5, and 6 that are going to be on the ballot for 2026. We brought back the item for discussion at the May 4th City Council meeting, where we discussed residency requirements. We talked about the contribution limits, what the current rules are, rules for enforcement. Council provided us feedback with respect to what to include in the candidate guides for the upcoming election and such, and specifically asked us to research other cities that have transitioned from an at-large to a district-based election, what those cities has done with respect to their contribution limits and their voluntary contribution limits. So we have done that. Again, a reminder on the current rules, what the current ordinance is. Gilroy currently has a contribution limit of $750 per election for the contribution to the campaign. On the voluntary expenditure limit, it is exactly that. It is voluntary, and it is currently pegged to $1 per resident, and it is determined by the populations derived from the California Department of Finance's population estimates. So for the 2026 election, if we were to follow our existing practice, that ceiling would be at $62,193, which is the estimates published in May of 2026 and are as of January 1, 2026. So this was used in 2024, and if we were to make no change, this would be the ceiling. And this would include, again, the mayoral as well as the district seats as well. The contribution limits are mandatory, whereas the expenditure limits are, contributions are mandatory, whereas the expenditure limits are voluntary, so to be subjected by each candidate. So from a benchmarking perspective, the research that we did is we compared the cities within the Santa Clara County and others that have recently transitioned from at-large to district-based. So in the staff report packet, Exhibit A includes that information for you. And then also we determined that in 2019, Assembly Bill 571 was passed, which became effective January 1, 2021. Whereas basically it set contribution limits for state offices, and it also included a provision for local agencies or counties that do not have a established limit, that it would default to the state's limit. So what we found is most cities in the county use that AB 571 language statute as a default limit. We also found that no uniform regional approach among those cities that have transitioned. There was no uniform approach. Also, the voluntary expenditure ceilings are substantially less common than contribution limits within the county. Only a number of cities currently maintain that, including ourselves here in Gilroy, Cupertino, Mountain View, and Santa Clara. We also looked at other general trends of recent cities that transitioned from a at-large to a district-based elections. And for the most part, cities generally went with the states defaulting to the AB 571 state limits. while others kept existing contribution limits. And then one in particular that we provided in the staff report is Redwood City, where they revised their own local contribution and district-based expenditure limits. So that example is provided to you in the staff report, and then also one of the options that we have presented. So what are some policy considerations for the City Council on the contribution limits front, which is, again, the money coming into the campaign? We have outlined 4 options here for you. One is to maintain the existing $750 limit. You could increase or decrease that limit. You could default back to the state, much like the other cities do, and that amount for the current election is $5,900. And option D, which could be anything else that the council desires to structure. A note on this one, I have included here on the slide as well for you, as well as in the staff report. And talking to the city attorney's office, and based on the discussion that they had provided at the last meeting, is they would advise against lowering the contribution limits from the current levels, as it could be subject to challenge as a violation of the First Amendment. And there was a recent case law that actually upheld that the $750 contribution was okay. So therefore, they are advising against lowering that contribution. On the voluntary expenditure ceilings option, so 5 options before you. One of them, which is, again, status quo, no change. 5th is, again, the alternative structure, deviation. And then the other 3 are the real actual examples that I'll walk you through that I derived based on the other cities in the county. So I'll jump right in. So the option 2, which is basically a 6-way district allocation. The most simplest, what this would do is basically divide the current citywide expenditure limit equally amongst the 6 council districts, while maintaining the mayoral voluntary expenditure ceiling limit at the existing $1 per resident formula. So that would essentially take that population, 62,000, divide it, and then that gives the 10,366 as a population for each district, thereby also at a $1 per resident rate, it would be $10,366. For the mayoral, because it is at large, it would remain with the existing practice of that. Again, these are all populations are based on the Department of Finance estimates as of January 1, 2026. The option number 2 that's before you is utilizing the district population models. It's essentially using the 2020 census redistricting data set, which was utilized to create the districts in 2025, and apply that voluntary expenditure ceiling for $1 per resident within each district, and as a whole for the at-large mayoral seat. So as you can see, the population between the districts varies, so therefore utilizing this model would create different, basically, limits within those districts, and then while keeping the mayoral at large. So again, these are 2020 census populations. And then option 4 before you is the Redwood City model, basically where you use a district-based expenditure formula model after that city, utilizing district census population figures and customizing basically a per resident expenditure factor that the council would then establish and further determine a factor for the at-large mayoral seat, and then you would adjust that by CPI. So in Redwood City model, they basically derived a rate of $2.45, and then using the 2020 census population, the chart on the left-hand side is what that expenditure limit would be. And then again, we would, because we have the mayoral seat that's going to be at large, we would recommend using, again, either the existing $1 per resident, or the other option that we provided is basically you do 50% of the actual rate that whatever the council determines could be applied to the at-large seat, which is the mayoral seat. So both examples are there provided before you. One of the options I do want to call out is on the $1 per resident on the left-hand side there is a drawback in that because it's pegged to the population, you want to ensure that
CPI will sometimes outpace the population. For example, the current Department of Finance estimates actually had a reduction in Gilroy population, so they're right. So I think that is a consideration that, as you have this conversation, take that into account. Maybe the option on the right-hand side is a better fit. So with that, the recommendation again before you is to receive this report and discuss policy considerations related to the campaign contribution limits, the voluntary expenditure limits, and then provide any direction that you wish. One thing I also want to call out at this step as well, in the staff report, in the next steps for you, we had outlined some options of when, if you were to provide us direction to make changes and how we would bring this back to you. I think we had it introduction at the next June 15th meeting for the ordinance, and then followed by a adoption of the ordinance in July, which would again become effective 30 days after. So one of the concerns in talking to the city attorney's office is the nomination papers are due well before the ordinance would become effective. So if the council were to go ahead and direct us to make those changes, one of the options to evaluate is perhaps bringing this back at the June 15th meeting as a urgency ordinance and adopted in that manner, so that way it is in place well before the nomination documents and paperwork are due. So that concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Councilmember Fugazzi.
Just another clarification on the voluntary one. Because it's voluntary, there's nothing that comes from that than the public shaming that you may get by exceeding it. Is that correct?
I think it's declared on your documents whether you're subjecting yourself to the voluntary sealing or not. So it's really more of a public information.
And then second question on the contribution limit, the slap on the wrist you'll get from that likely would not happen, if at all, until after an election concluded, right? Generally?
I'll defer to the city attorney on
I think that's generally true, but it's more than a slap on the wrist, I think, in terms of enforcement, because that is a violation that can be enforced criminally even.
But we've chosen here in the city not even to send it on, even if it was a violation in the contribution limit. So it could just never happen,
Well,
right?
Our code allows it to be prosecuted criminally.
But it's up to you and up to the city administrator whether that happens. Is that correct?
Generally, I'd say that's true, right? And it's up to potentially the district attorney to decide what to do as well.
If it gets turned over to him?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So my point was just that it could be a real sanction.
Councilmember Klein.
Yeah, just looking at this, I look at the 750 should be left alone and not mess with that. And
We're
as
doing
far
questions right now, sorry.
Huh?
We're doing questions right now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any questions? Anybody? Okay, we'll go to public comment.
I have no speakers.
Okay, Councilmember Klein, go ahead.
Well, no, I was just going to say on the 750, and on the voluntary expenditure, I just think it's, if you restrict it or you mess with the formulas, it just convolutes it potentially. And to me, just leave well enough alone the way it is. You're going to spend what you're going to spend based on what you raise, right? And so to me, don't restrict that. Just leave it alone, like what Morgan Hill's done. Again, another city that's. No, I know. That's what I'm saying. Don't change it. Leave it the way it is.
Leave it the way it is, what? Why don't you explain that?
Well, leave it the way it is.
On the expenditure part.
On the expenditure, $1 for the whole population.
So you're saying what if there's a population of 10,000 in a district, or are you doing the population of the whole city?
The whole city.
Oh, that's
That
what
is
I
close.
didn't quite
The whole
understand.
city, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Being clear, the whole city, not changing that.
Even though we're district, keeping
Yes,
at
keeping it,
$1
yes,
per population.
yes.
Okay, Councilmember Fugazzi, and then Bracco, and then Marks. Okay, Bracco, go ahead.
I'm probably going to try to change the gentleman who's actually having elections mind right now because he can earn better. But we're going to districts, and what that I think will generally mean is it'll be harder for people to raise money, not easier, because the population of people who are in your district is less. And I can tell you, as having just been a noob doing this, trying to find a lot of people to give you, $750 or what have you, and not being able to go to a family member or somebody else and get $3,000, which I think is reasonable to be able to go out, and that's why you have a lot of cities that have seen this happen. It restricts people who might not have the same, let's just say, community reach as others in a community, but which might be viable candidates should they be able to get money from a more select group of people, which we normally look at that and as potentially nefarious. But in this situation, it could be limiting people who would otherwise have a chance at being able to run in a district because they have a small subset of donors who are willing, because their family members are really good friends, to pony up and to put money in the kitty. I actually would like to see us go to the what Morgan
You're
Hill did.
deliberating and not doing questions.
We're not in questions anymore.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry.
Would you,
Minutes
would you like
long.
to defer to your vice?
Minutes long. Go ahead. Minutes long. Come on, man.
Anyway, so I think the voluntary expenditure is irrelevant, really, but the individual contribution, I think we should go with the state one, as many others. That's my feeling on it for the reasons that I gave. Thank you.
Councilmember Bracco.
I think we should go with the Redwood City model. One of the reasons cities go to the districts is because it makes it more affordable for someone that normally wouldn't be able to run for council because they don't have the backing. They don't know all the people that incumbents have. So the higher it is, the more unfair it is to new people trying to come in and run for office. So I think the 24,000, 23 to 25,000 area, I think it's a good fair amount. I checked with my consultant that used to do my campaigns, and he said it'd be about $10,000, $12,000 to run a decent campaign in these districts, because you don't have to reach very many people. That's if you want to do it all mail-in, but, you know, with the districts too, one of the selling points was it to make it more personal, so candidates would get out in the community and, you know, have hot dog barbecue and invite everybody in the neighborhood there and meet everyone. So I would prefer this.
Councilmember Marks and then Hilton.
I'm going to ditto what Councilmember Bracco said. I always kept hearing also, you know, it's cheaper.
Councilmember Fugati.
Yeah. Hey,
Can you listen to your council member to your left? She's talking right now.
It's cheaper, and it's just easier for people to run. You don't need to spend that much money for, you know, 10,000 people in your district. So I would support the Redwood City model.
Councilmember Hilton.
I'm actually fine with thank you for doing this deeper dive. That's awesome. I didn't think this was going to come back until next year. I think that I'm fine with the way it is right now. And, you know, but this clearly being in a staff report, recorded on video, whoever the new council ends up getting seated as we go through our work plan and all that legislative work plan and such, someone might bring up a good example of why we should switch something, why we should change something, why we should go somewhere else. So I'm more interested in keeping it the same and listening to those conversations to see if there are any changes that somebody wants to make and the reasons why. And they've got great research here that's relevant going into that campaign.
Councilmember Klein, excuse me.
I know, referring back to when I ran in '22, I was a newbie in the sense of not necessarily being known in the community. Well, to certain people, but as a whole. And I was running against incumbents. And so, but in that light and the way I approached it, I raised the most, and it didn't restrict me, and I spent the most. So I don't want to inhibit that, and I agree with Councilmember Hilton. Right now, we've made shifts. We're going to district elections, and we can review this whole policy after this election to see how that works.
Okay, so, yeah. So I'm gonna try to break this up. We need to give direction based on a contribution limit and an expenditure limit. Did I say that correctly? Okay, contribution limit and expenditure limit. Yeah, thank you very much. I am very comfortable with the idea of what I've heard from about half of you regarding the Redwood City model. I like the Redwood City model when it comes to expenditure limits, and I am also comfortable with leaving the $750 on the contribution limit, sorry. So based on that, let's start with the contribution limit of right now, it is $750. It feels like we're about the middle here. So Councilmember Ramirez, where are you at on that?
You know, I struggle with this because, you know, the intent of districts, one of the intent of districts was to make it so that more people could come forward. It wouldn't be as difficult to raise money, things like that. But then keeping in mind, you know, the cost of postage, the cost of printing, you know, that's gone up exponentially, right? And so, yes, I agree that there should be more hot dog gatherings, whatever. There still is going to be, I would assume, I don't know, but, you know, mailers and things like that. So I just don't want to, I don't want to prohibit someone from being able to run a campaign that the way that they think they should, especially if that is in signs and postage.
How about a figure? What's a figure?
I don't know.
What's your number?
I'm not going to give it, I'm going to wait and, I don't.
Right now it's 750, so unless you say something else, it's at 750. Councilmember Klein, go ahead.
No, I'm fine. I said I'm fine.
750?
750, I was fine.
750.
Okay. So I'm at 750 on my right? 750. Okay, so it feels like we have agreement on direction on 750. Councilmember Ramirez, you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay, so now let's jump to expenditure limits. We've heard some discussion about the Redwood City model, and we've heard some discussion about a citywide dollar per population, even if it's in a district. You get that right? So I'll start on my right this time. Councilmember Bracco, you already said Redwood City? Yes. Okay. Which is a $2.25 grand? 25 grand? 25 grand, that works? Councilmember, no, okay, you're citywide. Okay, Ramirez?
25 grand is fine.
Okay, so I'll agree with the 25 grand, so it sounds like you have direction on that as well.
So are we, just again, going back to the Redwood City model, are we basing it on the 2020 census population? Are we just saying all districts $25,000, and then for the mayoral, $1 per population?
Yeah, that's right, we didn't mention the mayoral one, sorry. So 20, it sounds like it's by district, 25,000, right? We don't need a formula. It's 25,000 by district and mayoral? Yeah, but citywide census, correct? $1 at the census of the city, or at-large mayor, sorry.
Okay,
So
so.
it is right now.
Okay, so
The way it is right now.
the way it is right now is
Correct.
population for us, Gilroy.
Yeah.
So Redwood,
Mayor, at-large.
at-large, so keep mayor at-large, population, Department of Finance, $1 population for all districts, $25,000, subject to CPI?
I think now's the time that we should raise that.
Raise what?
It's been that for quite a while.
But population's going up as well. So it is going up.
It actually went up to 62, didn't it? Yeah.
No,
No, the CPI.
no. Population, $1. Sounds like we have direction on that. That work for you?
And then, so just to reiterate, the 25,000 per district, every 2 years CPI adjustment, right?
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. We might be coming up on the last one in open session, anyway. So moving on to item number 9.3, council discussion and adoption of a resolution of the City Council of the City of Gilroy placing a ballot measure proposal to add 0.25% dedicated public safety special transaction and use tax at the November 3rd, 2026 general municipal election. Staff report, please.
All right, I'll be presenting this item before you as well. Some background for you. We've been having this discussion for several years, knowing that staffing challenges since pre-recession and pre-pandemic have been, existence. Public safety remains the city's highest service priority. Again, that's demonstrated by the city's general fund budget, about 64% being allocated for public safety. In 2024, the then council had decided to place a public safety dedicated sales tax measure, which fell short of the 2/3 requirement of the thresholds, but did receive encouraging results at about 61.5%. Fast forward to 2026, those challenges still persist. We do know that over the years, we have spent down the accumulated general fund balance. At this point, as I have demonstrated in my previous general fund forecast, that the general fund is fully constrained. When I say fully constrained is, council has a policy of a minimum reserve of 30%, and we are beginning with fiscal year 2027 and outlook, we're right at about 31%. So there's not a whole lot of room to add services. And just again, a friendly reminder, we talked about county services being impacted and going to cost us more. So even whatever that leftover 1% is likely going to get consumed by the increase in those costs that the city has. We came before you at the April 6th meeting to have a discussion regarding placement of pursuing a sales tax ballot measure, and then primarily discussing whether, if there is interest to pursue it, whether to pursue it as a general tax or a special tax, knowing that there is a desire in the community to expand our needs beyond the public safety, particularly in the traffic safety improvements. So we had that discussion, and at that meeting, council generally gave the consensus that let's proceed with pursuing a public safety sales tax and pursue it as a special dedicated sales tax, very similar to the 2024 model. So that's what we have come before you today, is with that model. Again, just to kind of reiterate the fiscal and service challenges here, we continue to face inflationary operating costs and rising service demands. We do know that our calls for service, particularly in the fire department, which kind of triggered the 2024 ballot initiative. We do know that still continues. We are building a fire station. We have the monies to build a fire station, but we do know that we don't have the funding to staff the fire station, so that is a particular interest. Also in our police department, we have additional needs to expand our services as well. So at the April 6th meeting, we came back with just 2 of those, as well as some public work safety needs. All in all, we identified additional 32 positions within just the public safety, with an estimated amount of $6 million between the fire and the police department. So that is the problem we're trying to solve for here. So again, coming before you, the most feasible measure is a dedicated public safety sales tax. Specifically, it's called a transactions and use tax, also usually known as a local sales tax. The proposed measure is for a 0.25% dedicated public safety sales tax. It would generate about $4.5 million out the door in the first year. It applies to residents, and particularly for Gilroy, we're in a unique position because we have a lot of visitors that are coming to town, especially at our outlets, as well as our transportation segment. We make a considerable amount of sales tax from residents that are outside of the city and making taxable purchases in the city. And also from a sales tax perspective, keeping in the interest of certain folks, whether groceries or medical prescriptions and things of that nature are taxed, so they are generally exempt from sales tax as well. So it is a very feasible measure to pursue. On this slide, I want to spend a minute just to kind of, as I was thinking over preparing for this presentation, it occurred to me, what would the impact be to a consumer? So I've tried to do 2 things here. One is show you the current tax structure, tax rate, which is applicable in Gilroy, which is 9.75. So the table on the left-hand side there basically breaks down the 9.75, how it's allocated. So if you look at the total statewide, about 7.25 of the 9.25 goes to state. From that state allocation, City of Gilroy receives what's called a 1% local Bradley burn. So that is the only direct allocation that the city receives from the 9.75%. The remainder of it goes to state of California programs, county transportation funds, and again, those there's other allocations through the state that those funds kind of trickle down to for whatever purpose, be it for social and healthcare, be it for transportation and such. And then the next segment you have is what are called local transactions or district taxes. So this is all the regional stuff that we currently have. So one of the most recent ones that we got is the county Measure A that was approved in 2025, which recently went into effect. It also includes various other transportation-related measures. The more common ones are VTA Measure B funds, VTA BART Measure B from the 2008 era, and there's other components as well that date some back to the 70s and 80s. So that makes up the 2.5%. So the 7.25 plus the 2.5 gets us to the 9.75. So again, from the 9.75, 1% comes back to Gilroy. So from a dollar cost perspective, if you were to do a $10 transaction, what does that amount to? So keeping simple math, for every $10 transaction, the city receives about 10 cents back into the community. So from a, again, impact perspective, 1% is what actually comes back into the community from what folks are paying here at the point of sale. On the table on the right-hand side is basically if you were to expand that purchase amount, you take a look at a $10, what a $10 transaction would produce under the new proposed measure. So the 0.25% would give us additional 2.5 cents on a $10 transaction. So growing that on a scale, so even on a $1,000 purchase, that additional is about $2.50. And that, again, emphasis on the 0.25% directly back to Gilroy because we're levying that tax. It's not that 0.25% is not going to be shared with any of the other agencies, state or regional, in that matter. And then to further going back, when I say a portion of our sales tax is generated by visitors that are spending the dollar. So if you were to take the $2.50, and then hypothetically speaking, we ballpark anywhere from 25 to 40% of the sales tax comes from folks that are outside. Even if we were to use the high end 40%, that puts us about a dollar that comes, $1 would come from basically outside. So that really just leaves us the local impact would be about $1.50 on a $1,000 transaction. So obviously much less if you look at the scale. So when I was putting this together, this kind of spoke to me, and I felt that this may be helpful for the council as well to understand. So I wanted to make sure I present this slide to you. What are the proposed uses of the funds? Again, the mechanism that we're proposing it under is to allocate $2.5 million to the police services, which would address the immediate needs that were identified. 1.3 would go towards fire services, particularly to staff and operate the Santa Teresa Fire Station. And then the remainder would go to public safety infrastructure. So using the $4.5 million, that's the sort of the split, if you will. And then, the question is, what would you use as public safety infrastructure? Council has that option. You could either bank it to accumulate funds over multiple years and then put together a meaningful project. For example, it could be a fire apparatus that you could save for a couple of years and then go ahead and purchase that. Or there are other mechanisms. If that $700,000 ever grew to a meaningful amount, you could theoretically bond against that dedicated sales tax revenue to actually issue a higher debt where whatever mortgage you were able to afford with that $700,000, you'd be able to construct that infrastructure. So there's a couple ways you can go about it, but for simplicity's sake, again, $700,000 you can spend on an annual basis as you're getting it, or you accumulate it and then you spend it on a project that you have defined over the years. This slide talks about the ballot measure language, essentially meets all the state election code requirements. I won't read it to you, it's included in there, but it addresses the key component, what it's going to fund. The key component here, again, is these funds are going to stay in Gilroy. There's no allocation to the state or the other districts. This would come back right into the community. And it also talks about what it would generate currently as it's drafted is until ended by voters with accountability measures built in, which we did in 2024 as well, is a citizens oversight committee with annual audits as well. So I'll speak a little bit more to the accountability measures is the ordinance the way it's drafted, the implementation the way it's drafted is council would be allowed to establish a citizens oversight committee, which would then on an annual basis basically review the revenues received and the way those revenues are expended, and then do a report out to the council, kind of providing the assurance that way there is that accountability measure. The other thing that we have built into is basically non-supplanting requirement that whatever we're spending on police and fire services today, we're going to maintain that maintenance effort, and any new dollars are actually going to be enhanced. So basically, we're looking at this as enhancement to adding services as opposed to replacing existing dollars. So I think that's a very big underscore here. This is an opportunity for the council and the community to really add services. Last but not least is the implementation plan with the annual reporting. Again, this would be under the purview of the Citizen Oversight Committee. They would, again, periodically meet with city staff and make recommendations to the city council into the future on how to make any adjustments to the allocation. So 5 years down the road, our community's needs change between police and fire. That oversight committee can come before you, make a recommendation to say, okay, we are either generating additional dollars, we believe you should tweak the allocation percentages, add, additional to fire or police or infrastructure within those categories. So you would reserve that flexibility while still preserving the core dedicated special nature of that tax measure. The ordinance and the implementation, again, are included in the staff report. So if approved, the sales tax ordinance would be enacted, and the implementation plan, again, I won't read the bullets, but essentially provides much of that accountability within the implementation. So the recommendations before you are the council will have a discussion and consideration whether to place a ballot measure at the November election, and then if so, then adopt the resolution placing the measure and authorizing the related actions. And then if you have any comments, feedback on the implementation plan, certainly welcome that as well. That concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you. So I just want to be clear on a couple of things. So 64% of the general fund goes to public safety. Isn't that standard pretty much across most jurisdictions?
Most jurisdictions, public safety is the
number
largest.
one.
Yeah. Those that are providing public safety directly in-house, yes.
Okay. In terms of infrastructure, two of our current fire stations are currently anyways, through a LAFCO report, are determined to be seismically unsafe. Is that correct?
I believe, yes, there are some retrofitting needs at our existing fire stations, yes.
So then, when you're talking about that infrastructure, that money could be designated towards making those seismically safe?
Absolutely.
Okay. And again, the LAFCO report identifies that our current need is to actually have 5 fully staffed fire stations.
That's correct.
And we have 3. Would this, if this were to go through, do you feel it would help to, if we were, it would allow us to increase compensation packages which would then help with recruitment and retention?
It's hard to say. I think, again, we're costing these at today's dollars with the current salary levels. So that's what our current allocation is based off of. Generally speaking, not just specifically for fire, but all personnel and all of our bargaining units, we strive to kind of make sure we remain competitive. So in grand scheme of things, yes.
Okay. Yeah. And then one last question is, so based on the remainder of the general fund, public safety takes up 64%. So the remainder of that general fund, given the size of our city and the needs for all the other staff members that covers basically in the general fund and needs, looking at other cities of our comparable size, are we overspending, underspending? Do we have room to cut?
That's a very tough question to answer because we haven't done that analysis, right? Comparing apples to apples or apples to oranges. Really, what I will say is there is a underlying need across all departments whether it's staffing or resources in general, because there is a higher expected service level demand. So in order to meet
Yes.
that, right? So I think I think we have established that there is a general need. How the council, at least in my tenure, has kind of made the investments is not just taking a blanket approach, but more of a strategic approach. So in each budget development cycle, you take a look at, what additional capacity that you have, if any, and then you have that discussion as part of your budget development to say, where are you going to allocate those resources? So it's
And we have a
more-
very thin line.
We have a very thin line now.
Okay.
As I mentioned earlier, is 30% is the minimum requirement. We're at 31%, knowing that it's going to get consumed, by additional county services impacts as well. And the other thing, I've mentioned this in the past as well, just to reiterate that the current adopted budget relies on us leveraging the Section 115 trust. So if we were to not leverage it, our operating margins would be negative. So I think that's when we present it to you, we give you a structured sort of a forecast because that's our job. We do that. But if we were to show you both, without the leverage, that you would see negative operating margins. So we're already kind of tapping into the Section 115 in our outlook.
Let me jump to Fugazi and then Bracco and then Councilmember Marks.
Can you jump to the slide where you were giving us the comparisons to how much that right there? Seems like such a great deal. So why didn't we ask for 0.5%? It's like, seems like a really convincing slide. I mean, and we need money. Why don't we go for 0.5%?
Our cities only has a capacity by state statute of about quarter percent left.
That's it.
In order for us to go above that, we would have to get legislature approval at the state level to do that.
At each step, or could we do 0.25% now and 0.25% in 2 years?
I think, again, anything above the district cap, so anything above the 0.25%, if we were to go anything above that, we would have to go to state legislature.
And what about, is there another state requirement at 10% or something? Is there other?
No, it's essentially, the cap is imposed 2% at the district level.
So once we do this, we're done forever? Unless they change their rules?
Unless they change the rules, or you go out and get a legislative approval at the state level, which many cities or many municipalities, whether it's regional transportations, they'll kind of form a collective consortium, if you will, and then go and get that legislative approval, if you will. So
things aren't so dire that we need that, I guess is what you're saying.
I personally don't have experience going through a legislative process. Again, that is a separate animal in itself, but I think this is the available capacity to Gilroy without having to go through any additional process.
Okay. And with the non-supplanting part of this, I remember in the previous one, from memory now, it was written such that it was on dollars, not on percentage of budget. Am I correct on that?
Correct. That is correct. And I think we modeled it very similarly in this proposal as well.
So what that could mean is it is some supplanting as the budget grows, because you're 64%, you could leave your expenditures in the public safety section the same, right? Because you wouldn't be supplanting them in real dollars, but you would be supplanting them in terms of the percentage of the budget, right?
Correct. I think from a dollar perspective, but that's not at least that's not the staff's intent in this, is we would not, essentially what we're saying is we would, at a minimum level, maintain that from a dollar perspective and then grow that into the future.
Well, that would be the hope, but it's not, it's not written in it that way, that we're going to keep our expenditures at the same rate that they are now, only at the same fixed dollar amount that they are now, and the rest. It's fine. So how did we miss this prediction that we were going to be in such dire straits? What changed?
I'm sorry, I don't understand dire state. I think what we're looking at, this is a value proposition of adding services. If there is no proposition to add services, to expand the services, then we would live within the means of the resources.
I mean, a lot
that
of people are
available.
thinking we need to have more police and more fire, and LAFCO said we have to have 5, and we have all of these things that didn't just happen in the last 6 to 8 months or a year and a half. We have to forecast, and we have to forecast what the expectations are. Is there was there an economic situation? Is there, the pay scales? Are there, I mean...
Yeah, if I could, I think, generally speaking, I think everything dates back to the financial crisis of 2008. That required a lot of adjustments to not just Gilroy, but many organizations. And then coming out of that, we were faced with the pension challenges, right, in 2012, 2013, which significant unfunded liabilities were on the books. So with the restructuring of the CalPERS, retirement system, it created this unfunded liability, which we're forced to kind of essentially make the minimum required payments if you want to participate in that system, right? So what we're seeing now as we've had these discussions with the pensions, and then came the onset of the pandemic, which further required economic adjustments to be made. So coming out of that pandemic, we do know that as the economy's opened up, service level demands have increased, but from a resource perspective, yes, we got one-time monies, but we just haven't recovered from a staffing levels, resource level perspective to be where we should be providing the services.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Bracco and then Councilmember Marks.
Joe, in 2024, how much total did we spend on putting a measure on the ballot?
I want to say it was roughly about $180,000.
That was with us sending out mailers and our staff time and all of that?
Correct, yeah.
And I want to make sure the community's clear on one thing. This oversight committee has no power at all, right? They meet after the money's already been spent. It's just a way to tell the community, you can feel good about this.
This is whether the council wants to give it powers. I think, that could be a discussion item, but I think the intent here is really providing an oversight where they would review the monies that are coming in. So it's not a once a year per se, but again, it would be subject to whatever the council's desire is, whether they meet on a monthly basis to see, when, before the revenues even start hitting.
Isn't that what the council's for, is for oversight?
I think council's more for policy direction per se, so which is, providing us the policy direction, and then we go ahead. We're very similar to have boards and commissions and such, which are basically an extension and advisory capacity, but this one is very similar to if you were around for the library bond. When the city built it in 2008, got that approval, there was a library bond oversight committee which met regularly on a initially monthly basis to review exactly all the expenditures, whether they're being expended on the contracts and qualified usage. And then later on, as the facility was nearing completion, they transitioned to meeting on a quarterly basis and things of that nature. And they provided periodic reports back to the city council. So the thought process is a very similar in nature, sort of a oversight committee.
And how much more is the county charging us now for an election than they were 2 years ago?
That's a very interesting question. So when we were thinking it was going to cost us significantly more, but because the city has transitioned to district-based elections, so the mailers going out are far less. So the cost we had budgeted is about $300,000 for the current election, with the assumption based on the 2024 election, but we're able to absorb both of the ballot measures as well as the 3 district elections within that $300,000 budget. So it's actually costing the city less by transitioning to the district base, at least every 2 years. When we have the mayoral seat, which is at large, it will require additional, obviously, mailing and things of that nature. So.
And that comes out of the general fund?
Correct.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Councilmember Marks.
All right, I do have a question, but now I have another question based on what you just said. I don't understand the cost difference from what you just shared with Councilmember Bracco, because why would districts be cheaper? Because you still have to mail to everybody on this. But it's always half the, vote, oh, no, it isn't half the voters. Okay, I see what you're saying. All right. You're right, you're right. Okay, here's my question. I think this would go a long way if we had a sunset clause. Where the voters knew that maybe this was for 6 years or 7 years. Because I know there's a statement in the report that says the voters can always end it, but for them to end it, they have to get it put on the ballot. Sure. And chances are, I mean, that's a lot of work, and I can see the people not doing it. Yeah. Did you ever consider a sunset clause?
Not particularly in this one, and you asked me why. It's because the proposed expenditures are ongoing and operational in nature, right? If we were going to do some sort of a limited one-time initiative, infrastructure, for example, we're gonna fund X amount and be done with it. What we're funding is we're actually staffing up our fire stations and police stations, and what you don't want to do is have a sunset clause on ongoing expanded services, whereas at the 7th year, hypothetically speaking, the 6th year, you're going to be having a very hard conversation of, are you going to eliminate those positions that you've added or that service level enhancements.
All right,
so it's not recommended in that sense, but if the council desires to pursue that, you could certainly do that, but but just know that this community is going to be having that conversation at some point to whether renew it, which some agencies do, or if it doesn't get renewed, then very hard conversations, because now for 7 years you've provided a level of service that the community will no longer enjoy.
All right, that makes sense.
Any final questions from others who haven't spoken yet before we go to public comment? Councilmember Klein?
I was going to ask you, at what level, as far as sunset, would you be more comfortable with? 15 years, 20 years? You
personally?
Yeah.
Personally, if I were to view this, I would not have a sunset clause. But from a staffing standpoint, if the council's desire is a sunset clause, then I would evaluate a couple things. Right. One thing is we're looking at economic development as one, having some sort of a ramp-up period to allow economic development to flourish and see what dividends it's able to yield. We talked about in the last in the last meeting. It's a long game. The other thing I would encourage council to also look at is looking at where the dollars are going. As we know, our bulk of our personnel expenditure is going to the unfunded liability. So I would take a look at where the UL payment is headed. We know at some point we're going to hit a cliff, and then we're going to be on a downward trajectory, which theoretically is going to free up some dollars at some point. So I would look at possibly when that trajectory has a steep decline, and then maybe ballpark it the sunset to that date with a commitment that as those dollars free up, future councils, future staff, have that in their mind that you're going to start transitioning some of that service level to the existing general fund.
Okay, I'm going to jump to public comment. Yes.
Greg Felios, followed by Jeff McPhail and Anne Marie McCulley.
Honorable public servants, I'm going to say the same thing I said 2 years ago. If public safety is an issue that you find important, which it sounds like most of the city finds it important, I know you do, let us put our votes to our mouths. We keep saying, oh, public safety, public safety. Let's see what the public wants. Even if you don't support the measure, let us decide. Last time we won the majority, I believe it was 59%. So we had a significant majority that passed it, but we just didn't get the 2/3. But that's a significant majority, 59% is pretty good. The majority of the population passed the resolution, passed the bill, but it didn't reach that certain level. Give us the opportunity again, please. Councilman Fugazi said the same thing. It sounds like a good deal. It is a good deal. For what we're paying for it, and to getting more public service, public safety. Let's do it. Let's just put it out. Let's Put it on the ballot, give us a chance. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Jeff?
Good evening, council members and staff. I appreciate the opportunity to come up here and speak before you. For whatever reason, I'm more nervous talking in front of you guys tonight than I am going into a burning building, so I just wanted to lay that out there. I wanted to just go over a few things as you guys are up here considering bringing a proposed sales tax measure to the public and how important it is for our department. I represent the Gilroy Firefighters Association. We're made up of around 40 full-time firefighters of both men and women who are serving this city of what I just heard Councilmember Hilton say was up to 62,000 people. And it's growing, and we're seeing that every single day in our call volume. One of the biggest issues that we're facing right now is our staffing. We're preparing to open up a new fire station over there off the Glen Loma area, and it's a huge step forward. We've been wanting it for years, and it's been talked about over the last 20 years. But one of the biggest issues that staff talks about is our inability to staff it. It's going to be a significant problem when residents see a fire station, brand new fire station, beautifully built, and nobody's inside of it. That's going to be a huge problem for the community and for staff to have to overcome. On top of that, Gilroy firefighters have the lowest staffing per capita in Santa Clara County. We have 9 firefighters on duty per each day and serving up to nearly 62,000 residents. In fact, we have fewer firefighters on duty today than we did in 2004, despite the significant increase in call volume, and this gap continues to grow and stretch our city and resources thin. We're also seeing the impact of growth in areas like Glen Loma, where the development has increased, and so have our response times. At the same time, our city is growing vertically. We're seeing developments being built like 200 East 10th Street, 6500 Monterey, and also new apartment complexes that are coming in, which gives us the inability to serve those hard-to-serve areas with our ladders. As of right now, we have no ladder truck that is staffed full-time, being that we only have ground ladders the ability to serve, which gets us only to the second story if we have 24-foot ladders, and our 35-foot ladders are on a reserve truck that's sitting at Chestnut Fire Station. So bringing this sales tax measure to the voters gives us the opportunity to, what staff is recommending, increase our service level, possibly adding a ladder truck, adding another engine company. From an EMS standpoint, we're seeing our paramedics supplement the private ambulance company with AMR. Our paramedics are constantly being tasked to hop into the ambulance and provide advanced medical services to our community, and that downs an engine company from being able to serve the station that they're designed to serve. I wanted to jump on what Councilmember Fugazzi said a few ago. What's different now? And he said it back on one of the other issues that happened. What's different now? I would say the biggest thing that I've noticed just from a labor standpoint here, what's different now is we have a completely new city. We have a whole new city staff. We have a new city council. We have a whole new staff here to the right. What I can guarantee from our organization to you guys is our dedication for community outreach, engagement, maybe some hot dog barbecues to the city like we talked about for some of the council members. I can guarantee that we would give that effort every possibility to get this sales tax measure pushed through. Thank you for your time.
Jeff. Anne-Marie.
I know we need the money, and I trust you guys, believe it or not, and I spent a lot of time learning about you guys. I trust our new chief. I'm not real sure you're going to be able to sell the public on this. I'm out selling things every day, and I think we should have realistic expectations about people going for a tax. So if we're going to spend $180,000, which I guess is not a lot for a city, I don't know, $300,000. If we're going to spend $300,000, which, and I really know we need the money, by the way, and I would vote for it. But I'm just thinking globally, how are you going to sell it? So the county, on the last tax that went through, they literally told us we would not have hospitals. I mean, they scared the bejesus out of us to approve that tax. So how far are you willing to go to get the voters to vote in favor of this? Because for $300,000, we could get private security downtown, right? For $300,000, we could fix your parking lots. Like, I just don't know. And then what's the plan if it doesn't pass? Which I think is something that's always happened with the city is there's one plan, and then if it doesn't work, kind of to Terrence's point, well, how did we get here because there's all these other taxes and things that didn't pass. So it's just some things to think about. I'm not going to try to be negative, but I don't think the voters are going to go for this. That's.
I have
Thank
no
you very
further
much.
speakers.
Thank you very much. So before we do some deliberations, I would like to get some feedback from the city administrator regarding the cost of this, because
Yeah,
different numbers have been thrown out today, and we need some clarification.
I think it's important to understand the incremental cost of this single ballot initiative, should it go forward, and that the incremental cost of this is $86,000. That's the estimate we have from the county in order to put this item on the ballot. The city did budget a larger amount for this year, but that amount is not necessary for this particular item.
But then there's also advertising and all the other stuff the city's going to do to promote it.
The city cannot promote
Yeah,
ballot initiatives.
they do.
We can provide,
They do. They
we can
always
provide
do.
information. We can provide information.
And that's going to cost money, and the staff to do that's going to cost money, correct?
That is true.
I'm going to go, no, Councilmember Ramirez. And then we'll go back to Fugazi.
So, we had a conversation here tonight about parking lots and the need for additional, police oversight and things like that. I don't think we've talked about, public safety with regards around schools. Public safety continues to come up as a concern for our citizens. We talked about how did we get here? And correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that there are a number of unfunded mandates by the state that have unintended consequences that impact our the cost of services. So, for example, the RENA numbers that are requiring us to increase our population, that increases calls for service. It also increases not just on the public safety side, but also on, the infrastructure for the city, roads and, the different mandates that have come down to planning departments and the need for staffing. I mean, are there unintended consequences by these unfunded mandates that stretch our dollar and impact our ability to provide services both on the public safety side and on just the other side of the city as well?
I think the simple answer is yes, whether it's direct or indirect. State mandates have if they're going to be impacting local jurisdictions, whether it's direct or indirectly, they're going to have an impact.
So we're not alone in this?
Not alone.
Okay. And so, and I do believe very strongly that this is something, let the voters decide, and if they vote it down, then when they come back with complaints that, hey, our parks aren't being taken care of, or our calls are not, whatever, we gave you the option, and you said no.
Okay, I'm going to go back to Bracco and then Fugazi.
Since I've been on the council, I believe this is the fourth time we've put it on the ballot, and it's failed every time. And some of them have been very creative on what we told the voters. I don't see this passing. Just today's world, people are fed up with taxes, and there's going to be so many taxes on the ballot for all these different transportation agencies, the county, Gavilan. It's just, and the taxpayers are tapped out. And every time we hear about, oh, we can raise it 1/4 cent. I think one time we were going for 1/2 cent. We're in dire need. I mean, we're in bad shape. But then it doesn't pass, and we go about spending money like we got no cares in the world. I mean, we just did a parking study that we did nothing with for, $300,000. We're still paying on this plan for a city complex that we have no intentions of ever building.
We haven't made that decision yet, so I would be careful about that comment.
Well,
That hasn't come back to council
We don't
yet.
have $300 million to build anything. And if I'm voting no.
Councilmember Fugazi and then Marks. Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, I do. Once again, I'm going to say something that I've repeated a few times tonight, which is we have a new council, we have a new administration, a new city administrator, and I'm going to put a lot of emphasis and hope and everything else that we turn a corner into looking at doing things in different ways, innovative ways, creative ways. We have money in the account for now. It's understood that it's an issue. It's an impending issue. We have made some poor choices, in my opinion, in very recent times in the way that we've spent money, not the least of which was the Civic Center planning stuff where we spent $750,000, and many people on this panel right now voted for this too, to get a consultant in here to do this, and many, many hours of staff time to go over it. Well over, I'm sure, $1 million spent in this particular thing when we don't even know how we're going to have public safety again. We have not looked at things holistically, and I think we can now. I think we have new people and we have a new way of looking at things. We need to look at non-essential things if that's what it's going to be. There's nice to haves in your household, right? Can't pay the rent, you don't have a Starbucks, okay? It's just the way it is. How did this happen? I'm not blaming it on anybody necessarily, but when you look at the data since 2000, we have 50% less public safety per capita. It's a little bit different between the two, but it's roughly that, okay? And we pay, again, I'm not judging, we pay 40% more adjusted for inflation. Again, it has to do with what the market is and everything else, but that is definitely there. A sales tax is a regressive tax. It hits the poorest people the most, okay? It's not going to hit many of the people up here like it's going to hit people who are already trying to scratch by and make it. We have things that we are not doing in the city that I know already that the city administrator and Harjo, who I spoke to today, are doing that will absolutely allow us to realign personnel to be more efficient, and specifically in the areas of AI. And I'm not talking about your chat GPT, give me an answer. I'm talking about agentic AI. This is moving very fast, and the most easiest and most applicable place to do this is in cities. It applies a lot. I'm looking at saying, give this thing 2 years, okay? See how things happen in these 2 years. Come back 2 years from now and see where it's going to be. I'm going to tell you that, as far as I'm concerned, if this does get on the ballot, I will be, with my sales and marketing skills, writing opposition to it. I'm an anti-tax person, and I do not see this as a good idea. I represent everybody in the city, yes, but there's a constituency in the city that does not want to have a sales tax increase, and that's what I'll be representing.
Councilmember Marks.
I want to clarify something, and it's kind of off the subject, but when we're talking about the civic plan and the 750, and yes, we did approve it, that was one of my biggest regrets on this council, because at the time, and Harjo, you were not here, and it was a prior administration that said we could not take, and actually it was 800,000 that was talked about, that we could not take that money and use it for anything else. And I should have questioned it at the time. It didn't make sense to me, but I thought, I don't know, I'm new. Maybe this is how things work. And we were told over and over, a budget is a budget, and you don't change that budget. I mean, I remember getting chewed out many times when I wanted to. So looking back on it, we were kind of bamboozled into approving that, and that is a big waste of money because it is sitting on a shelf somewhere.
Further comments to my left? Councilmember Hilton.
Thank you. So I stated during my last campaign for this council seat that in order for me to support a sales tax measure, I first wanted to see current standards of coverage or needs assessment done by an independent third party. Neither has been done for the fire department or the police department. And then I was caught off guard a little bit by seeing this item on the April 6th agenda posted that that we're going to see a sales tax measure was on the agenda. I hadn't really been given a heads up about it. I saw no urgency in it. I didn't sense an urgency that this was going to come back. And like I said, it wasn't on our agenda matrix either. I don't believe that our new city administrator and the new team that's formed around him has been given enough time to ensure that we are as efficient as we can be. And also, lastly, annexation of the Gilroy Fire Department to the Santa Clara Fire Department is currently an option. And as you know, the vote comes this Wednesday, but as it's shown, it's being done in 90 days. Completely getting out of the business of managing and funding a fire department that has struggled to grow and retain staffing under multiple fire chiefs and city admins, I believe is on the table. Thank you.
Councilmember Ramirez Recline? Okay. I said before, I support this. I do hear from the community all the time when it comes to public safety, especially as somebody mentioned earlier, we had a downtown town hall. We've had 2 of them since then. It's what I continue to hear at our coffees with the mayor and at our downtown event is that people want more on public safety. That's one of the reasons why I support it. Councilmember Bracco, yeah, there's no doubt about it that government is poor at spending money, but this idea that City of Gilroy has not deferred expenses, like look at every single one of our building and every single one of our parks, is that we have deferred expenses throughout our entire city. And if you put that stuff on our balance sheet, if you put deferred maintenance on our balance sheet, we would be in the red very, very, very deeply. Because of that, I do support this, right? So it looks like we're very divided here. So I'm going to put this back out to some of those folks that have concerns. I'm going to go first to Councilmember Hirtland. You said something about a needs assessment. If part of this motion included a needs assessment, would that help you?
No, it wouldn't get me there. This is something that I'd want to see well before we even put something on the ballot.
Okay. Councilmember Klein, you haven't said much how you're supporting this, or if not?
I supported it 2 years ago, and I'm in the same place.
Okay. All right. So, Councilmember Marks, I'm going to go to you. You talked about, at some point, in your conversation, about a sunset. Right.
I would like to see it. Yeah. I still would like to see it, and if we remember the last meeting when we had the conversation, I said I was going to email my constituents and see how they felt, and I did, and I sent over 200 out, got 158 back, 147 were no's. I'm very concerned about this because I hate to waste the money, and if it's not going to go anywhere, I was leaning more like Councilmember Fugazi. Wait 2 years and just see if we can't build a momentum over the next 2 years of making the public really see the need for this, and we can sell it better. I know there's a dire need. I'm really torn at the moment because I see the dire need, but I have the fear, as our speaker said earlier, that this is not going to pass. And then we wasted more money doing it. This is a really tough dilemma, really tough.
Councilmember Bracco, you mentioned oversight committee. If there was some strength on the oversight committee, would that help you? And a sunset?
No, I see the oversight committee as just...
We'll add some strength to it. Do you want to add some strength to it? Would that help you?
They really can't have that.
So can I speak to that?
Because they see stuff after it's spent.
Well, let's talk about that.
And I'm a no, so it doesn't matter.
Okay.
Wait, something, but in the packet, it said that each council member would be able to select someone to be on. Am I correct on that? Okay.
This council would select that committee.
And it could be someone that used to be a city employee or an elected official.
Sure.
Just not a current employee.
Not a current employee.
Okay.
But see, Councilmember Bracco's right, though. They see it after the fact.
But I don't see that that's necessarily set in stone, if I am correct.
But then the council, the current seated council, when that happened, would have to make that determination that the oversight committee would have more power.
That's what we're wondering about if we can do that tonight.
And what because I'm looking at 2 people that are not running, that I would say, especially because of your concerns, you're the people I would want on this oversight committee because you have the best eyes for it.
If you think about our budgeting process, dollars are budgeted before they're spent. The decision on where to spend them is made through that budgeting process. It would be a simple process to ensure that all budgeted funds from this go through the Oversight Committee with the recommendation prior to going to council for the programming for the appropriation for expenditure.
And if I may add, just to take that like further would be, these funds would not be commingled with any funds. We would establish a separate fund because we would be required to, because it's a special, tax in nature. So effectively what city administrator said. So there's, from a before and after perspective, the city actually is, the city council and the community, we go through a budget development process. That's where a lot of this would be vetted out as to what exactly are those dollars going to be spent on. And then in the retrospect, we do financial audits, right? So financial audits are basically looking back, and the auditors would be engaged on this specific scope to say, here's the city's ordinance. Now go audit the transactions to make sure they comply with the expenditure plans that was outlined, approved in the ordinance. That would be the scope of auditor, and then that assurance would go to the Oversight Committee. Oversight Committee would review the recommendations and then, again, report back out to you. So that's generally how, from an accountability perspective, from A through Z, the process would work.
Councilmember Bracco, so there's some oversight, and how about a sunset to make this happen? Okay. So it looks like, right now, that I have a no from Bracco, a no from Fugazi, and a no from Hilton, correct? And we need 5 votes for this to go through.
Why doesn't somebody make a motion and see what happens?
Yeah. Councilmember Ramirez, go ahead.
I move that we, just help me with the wording here, okay, that we put this on the ballot to let our community make the decision with what you said about the, Mr. Morley,
I can help you.
Yeah, about the oversight, especially about the oversight part, right? So that that is really strengthened up.
Okay. So you want to, you're making a motion to adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Gilroy submitting to the qualified electors of the City of Gilroy at the November 3rd, 2026 general municipal election, previously called by resolution number 2026-29, a ballot measure to add Article 5, Sections 22.33 through and including 22.48 to Chapter 22 of the City of Gilroy Code, imposing a 0.25% public safety transaction tax with citizen oversight. And are you looking for a sunset?
No, I think that would be irresponsible because none of us will be sitting here when those decisions have to be made.
Okay, so I have a motion. I'm looking for a second.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Ramirez and a second by Councilmember Klein. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bracco?
No.
Councilmember Klein?
Yes.
Councilmember Fugazi?
No.
Councilmember Hilton?
No.
Councilmember Marks?
Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez?
Yes.
Mayor Bozo?
Yes, motion fails because we needed 5, we needed a 4/5. So motion. Two-thirds, excuse me. We needed 5 votes, so motion fails. Thank you for the great discussion, everybody. Moving on to item number 11, City Administrator's Report.
No report tonight, Mayor.
Moving on to item number 12, City Attorney's Report.
Yeah, not at this hour, so I'm going to announce the closed sessions.
Please.
There are 3 closed sessions. Item 13.1, conference with labor negotiators, collective bargaining units pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, Gilroy Code 17A11-4. Collective bargaining units, AFSCME Local 101, general and supervisory units, representing employees affiliated with AFSCME Local 101, Local 2805, IAFF Fire Unit, representing Gilroy firefighters. City negotiators Matt Morley, Leanne McPhillips. Anticipate issues under negotiation, anticipated wages, hours, benefits, working conditions, memorandum of understanding, City of Gilroy and Gilroy firefighters, Local 2805, City of Gilroy and AFSCME Local 101, general and supervisory. That's the first one. Second one is public employee appointment pursuant to Government Code Section 54957 and Gilroy City Code 17A11-2. Name or title is Human Resources Director / Risk Manager. Second appointment is public employee appointment pursuant to Government Code Section 54957, Gilroy City Code Section 17A11-2, name, title, Utilities Director. So first thing to do is ask for public comment.
I do have one speaker, Carol McEwen. Nope.
That would have been our first speaker. All right, so we now adjourn to closed session. At the conclusion of closed session, council should come back to open session, and a report out needs to be made on a vote to remain in closed session, which should be the first action. And in addition, if the last two closed sections result in the appointment of the people, that's a reportable action as well. So that needs to be reported out to the public.
Thank you. So open session is adjourned.